good morning. It's great to be here. Thanks for coming. And we have some amenities and some lack of amenities. Parking is our biggest hiccup. So I hope you found parking today. It may be 2-hour parking, and so you'll know that. And just, if it is 2-hour parking, I encourage you to sort of shuffle around at that point. There may be some spots in the parking lot. There's just a small driveway by the kitchen. If you need that, that's for our use today. Welcome to Christchurch. I'm glad you're here. And there's washrooms just through that exit sign and into the parish hall. You'll see the spot for washrooms. There's kitchen if you need anything, and there's coffee and tea and refreshments. Lunch will be about 12:15, and we hope that you'll stay and enjoy the day. So thank you. We are live streaming, but I think the camera will just be on the Bishop Coleman, so you will not be on live stream, maybe unless we're answering questions together or something like that. Any questions about space?
And just there are some snacks and coffee.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
Plenty. Help yourselves, please. Okay.
Just in all, thank you, Sue, for your hospitality. Grateful for that. I feel we're very blessed today and very lucky. Archbishop Colin Johnson. So just to set the scene a little bit, why he is even in town and here. So I am no longer a brand new bishop, but still a new bishop. And part of the program is I have a mentor to help me learn how to be a bishop. And so Archbishop Colin has been walking with me now for many, many months. And grateful for that. So he's in the diocese to help get an overview of how our diocese works and how we work together to give some opportunity to reflect on that. But then since he was in town, he offered to do a workshop. And what I'm grateful for is Archbishop Colin was the Archbishop and Metropolitan for the province of Ontario and for the Diocese of Toronto, and has had, I will say, a front row seat to the changes that have been happening in our church over the last long time, and has not only put a lot of thought into what leadership looks like in these times, but has actually practiced the leadership, led the church through some big challenges, some big changes, and so bringing this wisdom of what adaptive leadership looks like today. And so, Archbishop Colin, we're so grateful for you to come today and to give us a chance to learn and to have conversation, and thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you. Is this the right volume for you? Yep. If it's too soft and you would like to hear me, just wave your hand. If you don't want to hear me, just go to sleep. Thank you very much, Bishop Stephen, for the introduction and for the welcome here to the Diocese of Edmonton. It's not my first time in the diocese. It's about my fourth time, I think, but only really, really briefly for the installation of Bishop Victoria Matthews, for the installation of Bishop Jane, and one other time with Bishop Jane, and once with the Council of the North when they met at St. Albert, which happened also to be the weekend that Bishop Hoskins was consecrated bishop in Calgary. So we drove down between, so I've seen that little stretch. The artery of Alberta. We acknowledge that we are on Indigenous territories that have been long inhabited for millennia, and we recognize that we as settlers, those of us who are settlers, are sharing in land that has long been cared for by others and continue under that care, and we wish to enter into partnership respectfully and with justice and mercy and grace. Today, just a little bit of an outline. One thing, I am going to give you all of my PowerPoint slides, so if you want to make notes, you're welcome to make notes, but you don't have to, okay? The other thing is that there's a fair amount of content, and we'll move fairly quickly through it. I'm not going to be able to cover everything because of time constraints. We will be done by 3 o'clock or just within a few minutes of 3 o'clock. So you'll get out. We'll do a 10-minute break this morning, a 10-minute break this afternoon, and about half an hour or so for lunch. And you know where the washrooms are. Leadership in anxious times. We're clearly in anxious times, but leadership continues to be a challenge. What I'm going to be saying today is not rocket science. There will be some skills and some definitions and some ways of thinking. It'll be some ideas of how to think about some things rather than some brand new stuff. Most of the things you are already doing. So this is, in many ways, an affirmation of what you're already doing. This is not remedial. But the subtitle is Called to Lead When You Don't Know Where You're Going. And that would be the subtext of much of our life today, I think. I just have to make sure that. So what's going to happen what's going to happen today is I will give you an introduction. We'll do some storytelling, a little bit of storytelling, some initial issues in leadership, and some definitions, mostly this morning, and then we're moving into 3 steps late this morning and then this afternoon, and conclude with a slide that says, you can do this. The other thing is, if you have questions, we welcome those who are going to be online today. Unfortunately, I can't see who that is. But if you have questions, put up your hand and ask. And we will try to modify and change things to meet your needs. So even though I have a lot of material, it's flexible. So let me begin with a prayer. This comes from the Evangelical Lutheran Church, and it's one of my favorite prayers. It comes from their evening Vespers service, and I think it's a framing prayer for what we are doing today. So let us pray. O God, you have called your servants to ventures of which we cannot see the ending, by paths of yet untrodden, through perils unknown. Give us faith to go out with good courage, not knowing where we go, but only that your hand is leading us and your love supporting us. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Purpose of this workshop today is to remind ourselves that adaptive leadership is an introduction to a particular style of leadership. It's not the only way of thinking about leadership at all. It's not necessarily the best way. It's the way that I find really helpful at this particular time. So what I invite you to do is take what you need from it, and as you do, discard what you don't. This is not the entrance into the kingdom of God where everything is perfect. Surprise! Oh, we're in the kingdom of God, sorry. One of the things that I deeply believe that God continues to lead us in new challenges, and that the standards that we have inherited about leadership are not always the most helpful in today's world for a whole variety of reasons, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So adaptive leadership is going to introduce you to a particular practice of leadership that connects us back to our core values. Connects us back to our core values, that helps interpret some of the issues with more complexity. It's not simplifying things, it's actually making them more complex. And there's a reason for that. And we'll talk about that a little later. To mobilize resources that we already have, recognizing that God has already gifted us. and that we are called to respond creatively and faithfully. And so it really very much fits in with the mission values that are articulated already in the diocesan vision and plans. And the whole purpose is so that we can join in God's mission with confidence and with hope in the new context. Remember, that's what our Anglican liturgical principles were, to be able to speak and to offer our praises and worship of God in the language of our time. And this is leadership in the language of our time. So some of my basic assumptions is that we are all part of the Missio Dei, the mission of God. God calls us into mission together. From the end of John's Gospel, you know this. This is the summation, in some sense, of John's Gospel. These words are written for you so that you may come to believe that Jesus is the Messiah, the Son of God, and that through believing you may have life in his name. Life. The church does not have a mission. God's mission has a church. And the sense that whether for good and for ill and how well or not well we do that, God still, for some mysterious reason, God calls the church to be the arms, the legs, the voices, the hands, to the eyes and the mouth and the ears to proclaim, to listen, to hear, and to respond to do God's mission, which is reconciling all things to himself. And so the church is the agent of God's mission of saving engagement with the world. And that has not changed. No matter what else has changed in our world, that has not changed. That's still the mission. It was the mission in the beginning. It is the mission today. It will be the mission 500 years from now. And the other thing that's also constant is that God continues to invite us to share in that. So that's my basic underlying principle for leadership. That leadership are those things that enable that mission to move forward. They support, encourage, foster, focus, and extend that mission. So just a little bit about who are you? I don't know who you are, although actually I do know some of you. So could you read very quickly, because there are 20 of us, and if you take more than half a minute, this is going to take another 20 minutes. So what I would like you to do is just say your name, what parish you're from, without elaboration, and two words, not two sentences, not two paragraphs, and not two half chapters, 2 words about that would illustrate your experience of leadership. For me, I'm Colin Johnson. I am currently the Assistant Bishop of Niagara, which is very short, only a little bit of time. And 2 words about leadership: frustrating and exciting. Somebody else.
Stephen London. I have the joy of being a member of every church. Leadership, community, and trust.
Thank you. Someone else?
Peter Young from St. Philip's, Westwell, and this weekend the town is painting a rainbow crosswalk, and that raises a lot of attention. And have to deal with it this weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Or just anybody who wants to go next. Thank you.
Hugh Madison, Emmanuel Anglican Church in Wetaskiwin, hiring and fastening.
Okay, great. Speak up.
I'm Barb Norton, Director of Board at Christchurch, and I would say facilitating or facilitation and love.
Thank you. Somebody else?
Mark Blackgrass, deacon at St. George's, Edmonton, and the 2 words daunting and exhilarating.
Okay.
Mrs. Waller at Christchurch, here in Edmonton, and I would say enlivening and frustrating.
Eugene from Winnipeg, I would say agility, excitement.
Thank you.
Rachel Parker from Dayspring, which is Vermilion Edmonton Midnight. Encouraging and challenging.
Martha Ware, Good Shepherd, Edmonton, vision and collaboration.
Tyler Emery from Brock Colton at St. Mary's Faith Edmonton. Challenge, but opportunity too.
Great, thank you.
Gina Lloyd, I'm a deacon here at Christchurch. My 2 words are still learning.
Still learning, great. I hope that applies to all of us.
Ruth Hasselbach, we're at the Cathedral here in Edmonton. I would say instability and opportunity.
Okay.
Reverend Dr. Foster, Methodist Parish here in Calgary. Like the 2 words also. Rewarding and praise.
Thank you.
Martin Craig, here at Seek, just a 2 words, generative, service.
Thank you.
Kathy Allen, St. Luke's, service and integrity.
Thank you.
Krista Eidler, questions, and Emmanuel or Casper, I would say is a gift and challenging.
Mhm. Um, Anybody else?
Sorry, Rose retired. Disappointing and exciting.
Mm-hmm.
John Rubin from Community Access. Anxious that, anxious because of the Valentine access and we just left after in October.
Anyone else?
Peace, always changing and challenging.
Okay.
And Margaret Gooding, I'm sometimes from Christchurch. I'm a Philadelphia. I think of respect and listening.
Right. See, the interesting thing about, is everybody spoken? I think everybody said something. The dichotomy here, something that's challenging, exciting, rewarding, frustrating, disappointing, generative. Just these things are held in tension. And there are some days that leadership is such a joy, and other times you wish that somebody else had that role. And other people think they have that role too, which makes both of those things, all of those dichotomies, work. So let's hold those words in your mind as you go through this exercise today. We're leading in a world that is radically changed from what it was. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time going just fairly quickly going through some of those changes. It's certainly not exhaustive, but it gives a sense of how much has actually changed. Again, when you think of the term leader, who do you think of? You know, when you hear leader, there's often an image of a person that comes to mind. And I just want you to think about who that person is. Who exemplified leadership for you as you were growing up, as you were moving in various stages to where you are now? Who has exemplified that either in positive ways or perhaps in negative ways? And then think about what your own experience is in taking on leadership roles, because all of you are leaders and have taken on leadership roles in a variety of ways. Everybody has some leadership role at some point, whether it's formal leadership role, informal leadership role, whether it's as a parent or in volunteer organizations, you do take on some leadership role. So what is your own experience of taking on that leadership role? Think back to what it felt like when you started that. The first time that you took on a leadership role. When did it begin to happen for you? And how did it make you feel? If you've had negative experiences of leadership, you will tend to actually shy away a little bit from leadership, taking on leadership, because it has a whole lot of negative connotations. If you've had positive experiences, you're more free and able to move into those roles. But some of those roles are not roles that you're looking at somebody as a model of leadership, and what you're saying to yourself is, I will not be like that. So what I'd like you to do is just take a couple minutes and turn to somebody around you. Some of you don't have anybody too near around you, move around a bit, and just take 4 or 5 minutes to talk about your own experience of leadership. Who was a leader who exemplified leadership for you, either positively or negatively, and how does that affect your own growing into leadership? Okay, just take 5 minutes. Choose who you want to. If you want to talk to yourself, talk to yourself. If the other person has not had a chance to talk, they should begin to talk now.
Is there any way we can lift the screen up a bit?
I don't know.
No? Okay.
One more minute. For those in the back, move up. The screen won't raise up higher, so if you can't see it, move up. Okay, could I draw you back together, please? So when you hear those words, leader, leadership, the role of leader, what are some of the words that come up for you? Just, pardon? Relational. Service. Encouragement. Guide. Humility. Mentor. Vision. Bear trap. Lonely. I'm sorry?
Calls fouls.
Okay. Decision maker. Fair. Okay, here are some other words to add to that. Role of a leader. Hero. Savior. Fixer. Mother. Lightning rod. Scapegoat. Doer. General. Poet. Visionary. Problem solver. Servant. All of those words actually do describe leadership in some styles. And we're going to talk about a particular style of leadership in which some of those fit and some of those do not fit. So you can make some judgments about that. Let's move on. We're in a period of vast change. And change, but we're Anglican. I had a parishioner write to me, and in the scathing letter, she ended it with, "God is opposed to change," in capital letters. And I said, maybe she should reread the gospel. But we're in an age of, God is opposed to change. Anglican famous words, we tried that once.
Right. Even worse, we tried change and it doesn't work.
as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be. We've always done it this way. I'm sure that you've heard one or two of those phrases before. And as Dr. Phil says, so how is that working for you? And then you hear the Christian gospel, God is in Christ making all things new, which is clearly about change. We're in an age of unprecedented change, gaps between bold aspirations and challenging realities, and the current repertoire of what we know, and a whole thing, a lot of stuff about what we don't know. We need improvisational expertise to help people to develop solutions that build upon and surpass the wisdom of today's experts. We can no longer just rely on experts. So we're in this period of social change, and I'm going to go through a series of fairly quick slides just to illustrate it. This is not to prove the point, it's just to illustrate the point. We have shifted in our society, in Canadian society anyway, from an largely agricultural society. In 1921, 85% of all Canadians lived on farms. Today, 85% of all Canadians live in cities. We've gone from agricultural to manufacturing and now to an information society. Physical labor to mind work as the dominant employment opportunities. And over the last 50 years, urbanization and mobility, the increasing rapidity of change, which requires greater education and training. My grandparents, none of my grandparents went farther than grade 8. At least one or two of them probably didn't even get to grade 8. And they had successful lives, successful, productive lives working in a whole variety of things because that wasn't required. My niece wanted to become a hairdresser, and she was required to have a grade 12 diploma before she could get into hairdressing school. That's a huge change. Self-reliance is actually an old model that's new again. You're required to take initiative. There's a huge demand for what's known as psychological resources. You need to call on resilience, the capacity to change quickly, to deal with the grief that comes along with that, without most people even recognizing that grief is involved in any change that takes place. You need to deal with dislocation and relocation and changing mindsets all the time, and always being on edge because you're not quite sure what's next. I'm coming into the sunlight. There's also at the same time a greater attention to the inequalities and the inequities, the injustices that are part of our society. And that is part of a change that was not much recognized 50 years ago. And connectivity. We're all connected in a way that COVID and then the virtual life that came out of COVID suddenly opened us up to a new sense of connectivity that we probably never actually even realized. I remember the first couple times I took part as a participant in worship online. And I was thinking, this is really weird. And then I discovered that I was worshiping with people who were in Edmonton and Toronto and Vancouver and England, and I thought, this is the virtual communion of saints made real through time and space in a way that, gathering in the church It's sort of, you know, you're part of the communion of saints, but all of a sudden, this expands it in a way that felt real for the first time. So lots of change taking place. Demographic changes. Let's drill down a little bit into some of the demographic changes, and let's begin to gather some data. It's always useful to have some data and statistics, I think, to undergird what your assumptions are. Now, you might not be able to see very well the map, this graph, but I'll point out some things here. This is 1921. That's just over 100 years ago, 1921. This is from Stats Canada. The census in 1921, this is the census in 1911, this is the census in 2021, okay? The dark line is the number of children 14 years and under. The light blue line here is the number of seniors 65 and over. In 1921, there were 7 times as many children in Canada as there were seniors. 420,000 seniors, just over 3 million children. 100 years later, there are 7 million seniors and 6 million children. That's a huge change. It crossed over about 2017. This little dip here of children, this is depression in the war. And then this is after the war. This is the baby boom. And then, in that 10 years, 1 million fewer children. Why? Mid-1960s? Birth control. And the people here had their children, and they didn't want any more. Exactly. And so almost 6.4 million children here. That was in 1971. So 50 years later, there's only 6 million children. Huge drop in that 50-year period. But look at the increase here. The interesting thing is that's in Canada in 2021, there are 16.3% of the population is under 15. Only 16%. In Uganda, the median age in Uganda is 14 and a half. The median age in Canada is 43. Very different. They're at this stage. Yes. Actually, it won't, because these people will move into that phase. There's going to continue to be far more seniors than there will children. That's going to be a continuing pattern. Look at the slope. That's seniors. That's children. No, it won't, actually, because this is going to continue to grow. People aren't having children in the same way as they did. And the only way that our Canadian population is keeping pace is with immigration. We do not have the birth rates of the natural birth rate in Canada is not replacing the people who die.
But it's also a good news story, right?
Pardon?
It's also a good news story, right?
Yeah.
Because it means the seniors are living longer. But some of them.
Exactly, exactly.
The 20,000 is because they were all dying before they got to 65.
Exactly. And what might this imply for our ministry and mission? That's the real question. What do these statistics apply for ministry and mission?
It's great for me being in a little church because everybody looks around and sees gray hair and bemoans that. But what I'm seeing over the last couple of years is everybody reporting this, that you may lose some of those gray haired people, but there are other people who are coming into the gray hair.
Yeah.
Who are coming to the church in different ways. Like it's been doing this for 24 years, and it used to be always leading more kids to Sunday school. I'm hearing less of that, and a recognition that we need more folks to come out to our coffees or to our studies. People who are retired, like we're learning to shift our emphasis to where there are actually people that exist.
Exactly, exactly. One of the questions is, what is our seniors ministries? How are we using the seniors who now, because as you say, they're living longer, they're living healthier, and they're living much longer, and they are pretty well, many of them are in quite good health for a very long time. How are we engaging them in ministries, in volunteer opportunities, in service to the community, in the proclamation of the good news, in whatever way that is? So that's a change in our mission strategy, but it's influenced by this data. Now, back to Travis's point, the structure of the Canadian the graph of what ages grow up is different in Indigenous communities. Oops, wrong way. This purple line are the number of, this is men, males, females, the number of people in each 5-year demographic. So 0 to 4, 5 to 9, so on up to 100. Okay, and the Indigenous population you see is on those purple graphs. Lots of young people, much fewer older people. The green line is the Canadian average. And you see that the Indigenous population is much younger and has fewer older people. And if you look at the Inuit lines, it's even fewer. There are far fewer old Inuit and a lot more children. The Aboriginal population is young, but it's also aging. The Indigenous population in Canada, at the last statistics, were 8.2 years younger on average than the rest of the Canadian population, which is a really significant age difference. And how does that affect us? Well, this is the metropolitan with the metropolitan areas with the largest Indigenous populations in Canada. And what's the second largest? Edmonton. 87,600. Compared to Toronto, which is almost 10 times the size of Edmonton, and it's half the population. So let me give you another stat about immigration. Immigration, this is into the Edmonton, this is Edmonton census metropolitan area. So this is Metro Edmonton, which actually covers the majority of the diocese. Pre-1980, this is European immigration. This is Asian immigration. from Americas, North and South America. Green is Africa, and this is Oceania, Australia, and so on. Europe, almost 60%, or about 60%. Northern European immigration was 10,000 in that pre-1980 group. Look at the stats in the last 5 years. Asia, Africa, Americas, Europe. There were 48,685 immigrants in the last 5 years from Asia to Edmonton. This is just to Edmonton. Okay? That changes, I mean, just clearly, and most of these people, this was a sort of a Northern Europe. That's includes England, Scotland. That's where sort of our natural Anglican catchment was. Not so here. And you find it in the next slide. Where do you think the highest, just take a guess, where's the highest immigration from today? India? Philippines? Pardon? I'm sorry, I can't. Philippines, yes. Philippines, India. Well, yes. These are the statistics for 2006, the 5 years between, 2016, 2021. In that 10-year period, or in that, that is the number from 2011 to 2016, that 5 years, and then 2016 to 2021, there were 150,000 immigrants to Edmonton. Philippines, number 1. India, number 2. China, number 3. Syria, Nigeria, Eritrea. Do you even know where Eritrea is? Ethiopia, the United States, Pakistan, Somalia. Do you see the United Kingdom there? Pardon? Too cold, yeah. Okay, but look at the population. 17,000 from Philippines in the last 5 years. 14,000 from India, 3,600 from China. That changes how, that's the some of the demographic changes that we're dealing with. Religious changes, few issues for the church. We have an aging population. We all know that we have an aging population. We all know that we have issues with formation, faith formation of our people. Some of them are not very well formed in the faith. We live in a culture that is multicultural by policy, not assimilative, but multicultural, that promotes religious tolerance and religious plurality, but it also has, in that sense of justice, injustice thing, we've moved from a majority to a minority position, and with some of the guilt that is accumulated around that, and there's a real sensitivity about moving out of majority status into minority status. Immigration has been a huge boon to us, but it also means that people come without common stories. You can't assume that people know stories that they've never heard. So how do we know this? Well, again, looking at statistics. I'm going to go over this one. Well, I'm just going to, that one you can't see very well, so I'm going to, Here's the distribution of population by religious affiliation, again 1921, or 2021. Christian is the light blue, dark blue is no religion, and others are orangey. Alberta, 48.1% claim Christian connection. Now, this is people who claim it. This doesn't mean they show up, okay? But these are people who, on a census in their own home, by themselves, tick off that they're Christian of some sort. So there's no social pressure today to do that. But 48%, just 48%, 40% claim no religion in Alberta. And 11.8% are other religions. In Ontario, there's actually a higher Christian rate and a higher other religion rate and a lower no religion, quite a bit lower than Alberta. Let me go back one. You won't be able to see this very well, but this top red line way up here indicates the declared having a religious affiliation, the number of people declared religious affiliation from 1985 to 2019. 90% claimed religious affiliation in 1985. 65% in 2019. Those who actually attend something monthly is almost 50% less, and that's consistent. So you only see at most 50% of the people that claim to have your connection. And here's the latest statistics on denominational affiliation. Here's the Anglicans. We've gone from 1.6 million in 2011 in a 10-year period to 1.1 million. Horrible drop. I want you to pay attention to something else. Two other things. Nuns, and not the nuns who sit and pray in a chapel, the N-O-N-E-S, nuns, have gone from 7.8 to 12.6 million. Okay? Huge jump. Why is that? Well, all of the things that I have heard over the years about why we're not getting people in actually don't apply. Roman Catholics have gone from 12.8 million to 10.8 million. Roman Catholics in Canada have lost the equivalent of more than 1.5 Anglican Churches of Canada. Baptists, Lutherans, Pentecostals, Presbyterians United. So everybody has gone down, everybody. So this is not about which prayer book you use. This is not about which music you use on Sundays. This is not about issues of sexuality. This is not about traditional versus progressive. This is across the board. This is a common, this is right across the board. So we don't need to spend a long time blaming ourselves for what we're doing or not doing. This is part of the culture that we're in. And so we need to change some of the narratives that we use for explanations because they simply don't apply.
People are reliant on the 10, 30, 11 o'clock service?
Not necessarily. Hindus, for instance, have increased. That's almost all because Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, that's all immigration. They're not getting people by converting Christians. There's some conversion back and forth, but that's very small. And they don't meet on Sundays at 10 or 11. In fact, they have very different worship patterns. So these are people who claim Anglican or claim. This doesn't mean they actually go to church. I just want you to pay attention to the figures, because we put a lot of narratives out that are blaming narratives, rather than there's continues to be opportunity for people. The thing is that these people in this no religion and secular group are not committed atheists. They are nothing, in a sense. Most of them have never had any connection with any church whatsoever. And this is not new. This has been a pattern in Canada, at least since the 1940s. In fact, even the 1920s. Post-First World War, there was a huge drop in church attendance, because people had been imbued with an old vision of God is on our side, and they suddenly realized that God couldn't be on both sides equally with the same force, because clearly it was the same God in both sets. And the destruction really challenged a whole lot of base assumptions about what faith was, and what God was like.
Have we, in any sense, addressed that problem? Because I get the feeling we haven't got there yet.
No, we haven't got there yet. This is part of the challenge that we face, and what I will call an adaptive challenge. Okay. Every generation, you see those bars. I'll just skip that. But every generation, this is again. The people who were born in 1990, in the decade 1990, 1980, 1970, 60, 50, so on. Each decade. This is the 1920, so these are 100-year-olds, almost the late 90s. This is participation in religious activity once a week by year of birth. Notice how every generation has gone down, but every generation, for the most part, the lines are actually not steep, but they're slightly declining. So these people here in 2012 become these people in 2014. That's not right. Yes, that's right. No, that's not right. These people here become these people there.
Matthew Arnold's speech.
Yeah. And that's this, how did I do that? Last slide before we move on to something else. Just a second. You cannot see this slide, but I'm just going to point out a few things. This is about meaning and purpose. Again, this comes from Stats Canada work on meaning and purpose. 6 in 10 people in Canada have a strong sense of meaning and purpose in their life. That means 4 out of 10 or 2 out of 5 people do not have a sense of meaning and purpose in their life. That seems to me a mission field. More and more people are becoming urban. The more urban people are, it's an 11% difference. Urban people have less sense of meaning and purpose than those who are classed as rural. In an increasingly urban society, again, a mission field. Sense of meaning and purpose increases with age. This is those graphs. 15 to 24-year-olds, only half of the people think that they have a purpose, a sense of meaning and purpose in their life, a strong sense of meaning and purpose in their life. And that only goes up, that goes down for 25 to 34-year-olds for men. And it does not increase really very substantially. Connect that with mental health. Fewer than 3 in 10 people in Canada with fair or poor mental health report a strong sense of meaning. That does seem intuitive. If you have poor mental health, you probably have less sense of purpose and meaning. Whereas 72% of those with excellent or very good overall health and mental health have a strong sense of purpose and meaning. The church is a school a hospital for sinners, a hospital for those. One of the purposes of faith is to give purpose and meaning and sense and direction. And it seems to me that here is the mission field. These are opportunities, not just problems. So, in a world where everybody says, oh, the church is going to hell in a handbag, you're going to turn off the lights, in 2041. The thing is, you're not going to turn off the lights. There are still people who need the gospel message, good news of that you are valued, that you have purpose, that you have worth, that you are a beloved child of God with a mission, that you are called to belong together. Those are all things that give purpose, meaning, and worth, and that's what the church offers. That's what connection with transcendent God who gives you a bigger picture, that you're part of a bigger story than your own story, that part of being in that bigger story is gives you a sense of hope in the time of suffering where everything else is falling apart in your life, that you can still be part of something that is bigger and hold you there until things shift and change. And so we have a message. We don't need to be ashamed. We do not need to fear. We do not need to struggle for what it is that we are supposed to be today. It's not about providing the right music. It's not about providing the right liturgy. It's about providing hope and meaning for people who, 4 in 10, do not have a strong sense of hope and meaning. So we're going to, I think, so in challenges to our mission, clearly COVID has been one of them. It's also provided opportunity. We've been able to reach out to people that we never connected with before. Interestingly, at least in Toronto, I know that, and in Niagara, that there are new people coming out to church post-COVID. And almost all of them say it's because they connected online at some point and saw that it was safe to be there. They got a chance to see us before they actually stepped in the door. And they're looking for things. They're looking for something. They're looking for purpose, hope, and meaning. And so being there is really critical. But we also live in a world where evangelism and mission, the language, the concept, is a challenge for a whole lot of reasons. Historic reasons, colonial reasons. Mission has been equated with cultural indoctrination, assimilation. Certainly the experiences of residential schools has deeply impacted people's trust in the church. The American TV evangelism, with its hyper focus on weird demagogues, in the public mind, for those who are not connected with church, evangelism equals weird. Secularism, a growing secularism, which is a response to some of that negative and things about religious imperialism, but also in a religiously diverse world, it's one more acceptable. In fact, it becomes not only more possible, but for some people better to be secular than to identify with anything. We live in a smorgasbord age where you pick and choose everything from your courses at school to the partner that you're going to be with this week. And suspicion of all institutions. And that's not just the church. It's every institution. And you see a decline in attendance in all institutions everywhere in our society. Travis? Mm-mm.
Suspicion, it is simply merely economic. They work, the kids are daycare for this number of hours each day. I have a 4-year-old. I sleep most of the time I see them is on Saturdays and Sundays. And but my kids are able to come to church without seeing them. Right? But other people, they want to see them as well. So I include all reasons too.
All of that is absolutely, that's another factor, absolutely another factor, and that's our society is very different. We're not a society that closes down on Sunday so you can go to church. Yeah, I was certainly raised I was raised at a time, I'm 70, I was raised in a time when everybody went to church. And there was nothing open. There was nothing open. You couldn't buy, at that time, a quart of milk. If you ran out of milk on Saturday night, you had to wait until Monday morning, unless you could go down to one of the local restaurants and beg to get some milk. You couldn't get gas. Gas stations weren't open. So you didn't travel. And that's completely changed. And so that affects the way church attendance happens too. Two people, yes? It is. Yeah. Why do we have church at 11? Why do we have church at 11? No, it isn't, actually.
It's the remainder of the 3 services
No.
Sunday morning.
Nope. You have church at 11 because the country was rural. You got up, you milked the cows, you went to church, and you came home. Pardon?
Like, you can still make it to church by 10 with milking cows.
Well, you could make by 10, but remember horse and buggy? Okay, so it's set up for a rural context. And that context has completely changed. And you start to get 8 o'clock services and 9 o'clock services. 9 o'clock services didn't come until the 1930s. And they came out of the parish Eucharist movement in England and the United States, because at 11 o'clock you had traditional morning prayer, and for those who wanted Eucharist and a family style service, you put it at 9. And that's where the 9 o'clock services originated. And the 8 o'clock service, you had a quiet morning prayer, or quiet Eucharist, quiet Holy Communion service for those who like that sort of thing.
Families also have to now make loyalty decisions at the age at which children go into hockey.
Absolutely.
And that was not necessary when I was a child either, because hockey stuff didn't start until after lunch on Sundays.
Hockey, when I was growing up, didn't start, it didn't happen on Sundays, period. There were no sports on Sundays. It's a different age, and we have to adapt. Okay, so the question for you to think about we're going to take a 10-minute, not 10 minutes, 5 minutes. How long do you want break? Pardon?
Very quick, but there's a prep pod at the end.
Okay, perfect. As you're thinking about this, how does it feel like being a leader in the church today? Okay? And then what's the context of your ministry? What are the issues that you're dealing with? And what are those, not just issues, not just the problems, what are the opportunities? We think so much negatively, but what are the opportunities? But back, what does it feel like to be a leader today? And I just want to leave you with one thought. Instead of looking for saviors, we have one. Instead of looking for saviors, we should be calling for leadership that will challenge us to face problems for which there are no simple, painless solutions. Problems that require us to learn new ways. That's the key about adaptive leadership. There are no known solutions. We have to think in new ways. Okay? So I'll leave you with that. We'll take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:25. Okay. We're waiting for a few more people to straggle in. Here comes the bishop straggling in. Okay, I'm going to move from the data into some definitions and discussion, and then we'll move into, well, you'll see what we'll move into. I want to talk about definitions of 4 different things: adaptive challenge, adaptive leadership, technical problems, and adaptive leadership process. And then we'll actually, just before lunch, move into that adaptive leadership process. So one of the principles is that heroic leaders can't save the system. Everybody is accountable. And I think one of the real challenges for many of us in leadership roles in the church is there's an expectation that somehow we have to solve the problem. And if we don't solve the problem, we're failing. And so there's this huge burden to solve a problem which is actually not solvable in any current way. Okay, so, and then we move into that cycle of despair and so on. Let's break the cycle. Okay, heroic leaders can't save the system, and I'm talking about the church as a system, and the Anglican Church in specific, our own parishes and our own dioceses in specific. So, but this applies across all systems. Adaptive challenges can only be solved by groups who collectively learn their way out of the problems, okay, that they could not have predicted. So it's not that you were, you should have seen this coming. It's come, it's a crisis, it's in some ways, but you have to learn your way out of it. It's not something, you can't pick up the old rule book and apply it. Sue?
In this context, would you think of vestries as being those groups, or who do you
No, well, we'll talk about that. Okay? Hold the question. And if the question hasn't been addressed, ask it again. Okay? Organizational change is generated over time by the insights of many people working to improve the whole. So it's not just the vestries. And in fact, it might not be the vestry. So an adaptive challenge is really about the gap that is between what we espouse as our values, we have these great values, and how we actually live them. And it's that gap that is the challenge. The reality of our lives, or a conflict among people in a community over values and strategy. That's also an adaptive challenge. Because we live with different values within the system. Not everybody is on the same page. Not even everybody's in the same book. Not everybody's in the same year, century. I used to joke about one of the deans at St. James Cathedral who was gradually bringing the cathedral into the middle of the 17th century. And I'd say that all the major issues that all the critical issues of our time involve adaptive challenges. And so I'm going to identify what an adaptive challenge is, but an adaptive leadership is specifically about the work that we need to do that enables the capacity of the organization to thrive in a new context. Okay? not to thrive in the old context, but to thrive in the new context. And it's about work. It's not easy, it's not simple, it requires work. Because it requires us to wrestle with questions of value, purpose, and process. And what is faith? What's the content of faith if it's not about value, purpose, and process, how we live it?
Maybe this is the same as Sue, and you're going to tell me, you'll answer this in just a minute, but will you provide us with a definition of thrive?
No, I won't.
The same definition of thrive.
I won't provide you with the definition because that's precisely one of the issues. You have to, that's part of what the leadership role is to help the community determine what thriving means for them in that context. And it will mean different things in different contexts. But the basic about thriving is that it's about life, not about death. As somebody said, Jesus came to give us life, and the resurrection is about life. It's not about a little less death. Sue?
The same way that, we have breakfast programs for kids so that they can have a full belly so they can learn in the day. I think of thriving, and if we don't have money in the bank or the ability to have basic structures, I just wonder how we get to thrive and how we can even figure out what thriving is if we're here because of all of the things you've just told us.
Well, paradigm shift. Thinking about it in a different way. So you might not have money in the bank, so you might not be able to buy the food.
Yeah.
But you still have a building that yeah, I mean, I'm just giving some very quick answers. Right now, you have a building. Some people have money, others don't. Actually, money is around. And in fact, you can often get money for a specific program, like a children's program, to feed children in a way that you couldn't get it to buy paper clips for the office. Okay, so rethinking of how we might engage that is an adaptive change. And what I will be talking about is that what is the core value here that you're maintaining, and how is that core value going to be lived out in what you're doing, so that it's not peripheral to your core value. Okay? So, in fact, we have to wrestle with questions of value, purpose, and process, how we do these things, what our behavior is, recognizing that there are multiple stakeholders, not just one. It's not just about the parishioners. It's not just about who's on the all the traditional stakeholders, but we are part of a wider stakeholders. What is our community? What are the stakeholders out in the community that have some connection to, take this church, the use of the space outside, a community dinner, music program, opportunity for children or youth to gather, opportunity for seniors to gather. So you're thinking of stakeholders in a much broader context than the bums in the pews. And you have to define, to your point, what does thrive mean here? And how might we move towards it? That's one of the tasks. The other thing about adaptive leadership is that it builds in the past, not just jettisons it. I know people who say, I could make this church, I've seen clergy who do it, I will go into this church and I'll just get rid of the people there because they're the problem, and we'll build a new congregation. Well, anybody actually can do that. But God calls you to work with the people that God gives you. And it's not just about jettisoning the past. It is about claiming from the past those things that are actually core, central, unchanging. And then changing the other things that aren't core, that are peripheral, if they need to be. So, and that creates that's a conflict because there are different views about that. And so part of the leadership role is to working through those values, articulating the values. It's a key leadership issue of articulating the values. It's not creating the values. It's articulating the values. Big difference. It's not coming out of my head. It's coming essentially out of the tradition. It's what God has given us. So it's both conservative and progressive. It's not either or. And it works through experimentation. You have to improvise. You have to try some things. Roland Williams talked about what was his term? Just has gone out of my head. It's talking about the a relaxing of some of the structures in a principled way, a principled relaxation of some of the structures to allow other things to happen. Principled means that you're doing the experiment not just randomly, but you have some rationale and purpose for doing it. And you know what happens in anybody who works with experiments all the time? You all work with experiments all the time. What happens in most experiments? They fail. They actually don't fail. They don't produce the results that you were hoping for. And what do we do as a church when an experiment fails? We've done that once. Yeah, you get rid of the rector. You know. We tried that once. That's one way that we do it. The other way we do it is that we change all of the variables. Okay? So you change you try this once and that didn't work, so you try something completely different. That's not how an experiment works. You try something and it doesn't quite work. You change one variable and try it again, and then you change another variable and see if that's it. And so this is a constant reiteration with tweaks. That's what an experiment is, and it's iterative. You do it over and over and over again it's like sailing. You tack back and forth to get from here to there. You cannot sail from here to there in a straight line. You have to move back and forth. It's sort of like golf. And the whole thing about adaptive leadership, it takes really seriously that this is embracing the future as a godly opportunity. God is there, not just in the past, but God's there in the future, and inviting us into that. And so it's a faithful response. So leadership is about the practice of mobilizing people to tackle tough challenges and thrive. Mobilizing people because you need to get people on board. It's part of a leadership task is to get people on board, aligned, working together towards a common goal. You're not going to get everybody working together towards the common goal. This, as I said, is not the kingdom of God yet. It's not about homogeneity, but it is about going in this direction rather than that direction. It's about mobilizing people for tough challenges. These are challenges which are new, which have not been faced by us before, but you'll hear that they are faced by other people in other times before, and you can call on those resources which we tend to forget. There are no quick fixes here. There are no easy solutions. They force us to reevaluate our values and practiced ways of engagement. And so they might be perceived as a threat, perhaps even a mortal threat to the system and by some people. And so it's going to be resisted. But it's not like, these issues are not like a broken car or a fridge that breaks down or a leaking roof that there is a quick fix. You know what to do. This is something different. And it's all the big issues like discipleship. Fix that quickly. Aging congregations, moving from print to social media, re-engagement after COVID, lockdowns, text to image, climate change, the war in Ukraine. You fill in the blanks. And they challenge us to thrive. It's more than just survive. No, it's more than just surviving. Thriving is not just surviving. It's living with hope and energy and creativity. And as I said, Jesus was not raised from the dead so we can have a little less death.
I like everything you say, and I think you emphasize it here. The thing that I question in my own life is, you see, the word thrive is green.
Is
It's green, highlighted. But I think we also have to acknowledge, though, some beauty in failing. You just articulated the beauty in failing. And I think we have to grasp that, not trying to overcome failures, but make failure part of the thriving process.
exactly. Failure is an opportunity to learn something. Failure is it's part of a reconfiguring our. I mean, the term failure is almost always negative, but it's really not. It is that you have not achieved exactly what you were hoping for, and so what have you learned from that, and what might you do differently the next time?
Or even what on that failure, what was the great thing that you did from that?
Exactly. Like, you can think of lots. I mean, Jesus' death is a failure. Okay, there's the heart of it. Human sin is a failure. Does that mean that God's given up on us? Well, the story of Noah and the flood is God almost giving up and then deciding that's not the way to go. What's the lesson learned at the end of Noah, the story of Noah? New covenant. There's a new covenant, but before, and what is the new covenant?
God will never do that again.
God's not going to do that again. God's learned from that failure, if you will. That's the lesson from the rainbow. I am never going to do this again. Because my people, my world, the whole world is important.
I think one of the things I'd like to add to what Travis said, one of the significant experiences for me was sitting at a table where people were experiencing failure. By failure, I defined it more as it was kind of a lethargy of spirit, like just not being able to see the way ahead. And it's not that we changed the circumstances, but once we started conversation, people started finding imagination. They had forgotten things that they had done and found them. And in that was a fresh experience of energy. And the shift was not that everything changed, but that the emotions changed from kind of despair and lethargy to, oh, we could do this, and then that started generating other ideas. And so it was an energy shift that I just found really profound.
I think, for me, probably the most profound failure that we face is a failure of imagination. And one of my former colleagues, when I was a parish priest, the United Church minister just around the corner, and he said, "You Anglicans," he said, "you have the most wonderful prayers, and you pray them all the time, and you don't believe them." Almighty God, unto whom all hearts are open, all desires known, from whom no secrets are hid. And you walk around pretending that God doesn't know. And glory to God, whose power working in us can do infinitely more than we can ask or imagine. And you keep asking technical questions about how that's going to be. I had a remarkable Quaker woman who was just quite. She was a professor of engineering at the University of Toronto. Became one of the first professor emerita of the university, which was the highest title given. Order of Canada. Ursula Franklin, and some of you might know the name, but Ursula was speaking in my parish, and she said on the story of Abraham and Sarah and the possibility of children in old age, and she said, we ask the wrong questions. This is a engineer asking. She said, we ask the wrong questions. We ask God how this is going to be. Now, if you think about it, that she said, that's rather stupid. You're asking the creator of heaven and earth and everything in it how this thing is going to happen, and you don't think the creator of heaven and earth is capable of doing this with all the others? She said, the question is, why is this happening? What's its purpose and what it's for? And how do we participate in it? And we ask all of the technical questions of how this is going to be, and you've got to leave the creator of heaven and earth with the capacity to figure that out. So adaptive leadership enables capacity to thrive, and we'll continue to talk about what that means. It's built on the past. It's not creation ex nihilo. It's about experimentation and willingness to experiment, which is sometimes the challenge, mostly the challenge, often the challenge. It involves diversity because it engages a broad section of people, some of whom have not been involved in these things before and not been invited to be involved. It involves a diversity of conversation, of imagination, of ideas. It's generative, to go back to, this is a generative type of leadership. But it also generates losses. There are things that get left behind. And one of the real challenges of adaptive leadership is you need to hone your skills of dealing with grief and loss and helping people deal with grief and loss. This is a very pastoral process. It's not top-down leadership, and it's about also dealing with loss and recognition of loss that's generated, and it takes time. There's no such thing as quick fix. Learning is painful. You have to work at it, you have to practice it. And people will feel incompetent and betrayed and irrelevant. It produces defensive responses in both the individual and the system, because remember, systems want status quo. They want the status quo. They're going to move back into equilibrium as fast as they can. And if you are causing disequilibrium for them, that becomes a dangerous position for you to be in. But that's a really important leadership role. And that's why you often feel both torn, battered, and beleaguered. But that's part of the cost. So, some of the skills about adaptive leadership, and we will talk more about this after lunch, but some of the skills about adaptive leadership are formulating the right questions. That's a key role of an adaptive leader, asking questions, asking new questions, different questions, some of the right questions that get to new places, not providing the right answers. We think of leaders typically as providing answers, and adaptive leadership is about providing questions. One of the key roles is pacing. A leader's role is pacing how the process moves, so that and we'll talk more about it, so that you don't move so quickly that it causes an eruption, or so slowly that nothing ever happens. And we have people at both extremes, and what we need is that common middle. The image is a pressure cooker. Do people, Instapots, do you ever use those? And the old pressure cooker, if you heated it up too high, what happens? Boom! You've got your beans on the ceiling. If you don't put any heat under it, what happens? Nothing. It doesn't cook. The key is to regulate it, the heat, so that you don't toast another image is keeping people's feet to the fire. You keep them to the fire so that they keep going, but not so much that you burn them. You contain the organization's anxiety. In a sense, you provide a chalice, to use another image, where the liquid anxiety is contained in a way that so it doesn't spill all over everything, but allows it to flow and percolate. Some of the anxiety exposes our urge to control things. We like to be in control. You think of leaders as being in control. Leaders are actually only partially in control. We talk about a leader being the non-anxious presence in a community. But as a colleague said, it's not that the leader is not anxious. They have to present as the least anxious person in the process. Which, well, when you think about it in liturgy, think about a funeral. Okay, as the leader of the liturgy of a funeral, your role is not to lose it. You contain your emotions, you contain the anxiety in the room, so that you create space for other people to lose it. So that they have safe space. You create the safe space to contain their anxiety. You don't stop their anxiety, but you contain it. And you don't allow your own emotional stuff to take over. And that's part of the leader's role. You have to mourn before or after. But in the funeral, you have to not be the stiff upper lip, but be appropriate. Travis? Pardon?
Not to challenge you on that one, but my take that is a very particular normative. In my community, that was not, you have to participate fully.
Yes.
To show your emotions. So I think I agree with you in that in the stiff upper lip and the super lip. But a leader would know contextually how to know where you're at as well.
Thank you for that, because context is everything. We absolutely, you have to pay attention to context. That was an example from my context. But you know the same type of non-anxious presence that you bring, that provide. In fact, in other contexts, being the one who is able to express freely their emotion allows other people to express their emotion. So again, context, but the role of the leader is, in that sense, to create the safe space for the work to be done. The work of, in this case, the work of grief to be done. Situational awareness, key leadership role. And this is a collaborative process. It involves facilitating the whole organization's creativity, because there's no one person who has the answer. You don't call in the expert to do this. And nobody in the community is the expert. It's the community that has the resources to do that. And resources that they often don't realize they have. In fact, almost always don't realize they have. So, difference between adaptive and technical, we've begun to talk about those two terms. Here's the difference. A technical problem, we all know what a technical problem is. It has known solutions. You press F1 and out comes the thing. You go to the manual and you find the right way of fixing whatever needs to be fixed. You have a whole set of current structures or policies able to deal with this particular issue. You know what to do. You don't have to think about it because it's been thought about before. Those are all technical issues. When my washing machine broke down, I do what I do when I have a technical issue. I kicked it. And when that didn't work, I then tried to fix it. And realized that what I really ought to have done is read the manual, and so I read the manual, and then I try to fix it. And then when it gets all out of control, because I'm terrible at that, I do what I ought to have done. First place, called the expert, phoned a plumber who comes in and does fix it. That's a technical problem. But an adaptive challenge is something that requires new learning. We've not had this before. We had to learn, for the most part, how to go online and engage people virtually on practically the drop of a hat. You didn't have 5-year plan to work out how you were going to do this. Okay, you had to do it the next Sunday, and you experimented and tweaked it over a period of time, likely, and some things were just awful and you didn't do that. And our first instinct is just to do what we're doing every Sunday online, and then realize that that's not actually, doesn't work exactly the same way, particularly with communion. So that becomes, that's a mixed problem, that's a hybrid situation, because there's some parts that are technical. There's experts who know how to run the equipment. But it's also adaptive because we have to think of different values. What are our core values? What do we want to do? What's important to keep doing, even if it's in a different way? And here's a different context. We have to learn something new. And there are people who are really threatened by that and people who are really enlivened by that. And then, through that experiment, we also learned some new things. That some people actually prefer to be at home with their coffee and in their pajamas. And other people who really, really, really want to be sitting beside somebody else in church. And we learned that we were reaching out to people that were remote and were never able to participate because in many ways we were inaccessible. And now, if things are recorded, they can participate in the service sometime later in the week when it's convenient. Those are all things that we've learned. We haven't yet put them into policy or practice because we still haven't figured out exactly how to pay for it all. how to collect money and how to distribute communion. What does it mean for a sacramental church to function virtually? Those are value statements, and that's part of the learning that we continue to need to do. That's an adaptive challenge, because adaptive challenges are only addressed through changes in people's priorities, beliefs, habits, and loyalties. A change in heart and mind. And that's where we're going to, that's where the real work is. So it's an adaptive challenge if you can answer this question. Does making progress in this problem require changes in people's values, attitudes, habits, and behavior? Do you have to change? Do you have to be transformed? And you know, the great adaptive challenge? Conversion. Transformation into full maturity in Christ. It's an adaptive challenge because it requires a change in values, attitudes, habits, and behaviors. And it's not done by yourself. Okay, what time is it? 5 more minutes. I'm going to shift and begin to move into some more practical areas. We're going to take another 12 minutes to do this, and then we're going to break for lunch. One of my best friends' way of dealing with life is ready, fire, aim. He is like an Energizer bunny. He's just bouncy. He has a new idea every 32 seconds. And he fires off all sorts of ideas and things, and then he figures out why he was doing that. That order does not actually work very well. It's actually, actually what it does is it creates a lot of chaos. Because you're going to hit some target, but you're not quite sure what that target is. And it actually uses an enormous amount of resources. So this process is a little more ready, aim, fire. And adaptive leadership process is a really simple process. Observe, interpret, intervene. Find out what's happening, gather the data, interpret what that data means, and then create actions around that. Typically, we don't do a whole lot of, we make some observations, or we actually make some interpretations without any data. We guess at things, often incorrectly. The church is decreasing in numbers because our music program is the wrong music for people who want to come to it. So what we do is we put the music that we really like in. And so we create modern liturgies with 1990s music.
So what would be the difference in it? So going back to the technical challenge, you call in somebody to fix your washing machine. So in a sense, there's a parallel here.
The parallel is the same. And one of the interpretations is this actually an adaptive issue, or is it a technical issue? Or what parts of the adaptive issue have technical components? And the problem is trying to solve an adaptive issue with a technical solution. Okay? And we do that all the time. It also works the other way around. If you have a technical issue, trying to impose an adaptive process to it frustrates everybody because you know how to do it. You know, if there's a fire in the building, the exit is there, you go out. You don't get a committee together and figure out where the fire is and how, you know, you get out of the building and then you do the other stuff. That's a technical problem. If you put the adaptive solution to it, people die. Okay. On the other hand, if you have an adaptive issue and you try to solve it with technical approaches, you end up doing this whole series of things that keep failing. And not failing to learn, they don't work. Pardon? There's nothing left, yeah. So, and we'll continue to look at that. Let me just go through this. This looks like a 3-part stage process. It's a 4-part process. What's the 4th part? Repeat. That's the 4th part. You observe, you collect data. You actually collect data. Do you know who is in your community? Do you know what are the needs in the community? How do you know those things? Who are the people who live here? What are their ages? What are the needs that this community has? Just collecting the data, not analyzing it, collecting it. But the least used function is typically the interpretation. You come to quick decisions about that. You take the surface interpretation and you run with it, and you end up almost always doing a technical solution, looking for a technical fix. It's important to stop and spend time with the interpretation. We're going to look at that this afternoon. And then you design a series of actions or interventions, which are often, they're not solutions, they are experiments. Let's try this, and so they're tentative. They're not definitive. We're going to try this for the next month and see what happens, and then what you do, you observe what happened, you interpret then what you observed, and then you design a new action. So it's a circular model of action. What do you see? What does it mean? What do you do now? And how did that work? Guess what? Any comments about that? We're going to go for lunch. Sue, do you want to give us directions? And is it all right if we come back in half an hour? Would that be enough time for you? Okay, half an hour of lunch, and Sue will direct us and provide leadership in that way. You could even say grace. And also with you.
Loving God, we give thanks for this time and space and for calling us apart from our busy lives to learn and to grow together. We give thanks for Bishop Coleman, who's here with us today, and ask for blessing and grace upon him. And so for those who have prepared the food and gotten it ready for us through places, and we ask that this meal will nourish our bodies and prepare us for eternal life. Amen.
Amen. Let's come back at about 20 to 1. We will return in half an hour with those on live stream, and you can go get food or whatever else you need to do.
We had to, like, somebody came in and bounced me back onto the ceiling. Really nice, because then my children would not be running around picking. Yeah, so it all had to be wired too. For the whole thing, yeah, so like,
So
the
there's,
whole
there's
system.
microphones hanging down.
Yeah,
Okay.
and presets on it, somebody has to sit in the back and operate it.
Right.
So that, so yeah, you can have a look in the back, like there's, in that back room
Oh,
there.
okay.
Yeah, just go through there and take a look,
Okay, good.
at the whole thing,
I'm
yeah.
gonna go move my car.
Okay.
Oh, your grandkids.
Pardon?
Said your grandkids,
Yes,
the kids.
those were our grandkids. A while ago. Good afternoon. Let's just use that prayer again from that I started with this morning. Let's remember that we're always in God's presence and bring ourselves more intentionally into that presence. O God, you have called your servants to ventures of which we cannot see the ending, by paths as yet untrodden, through perils unknown. Give us faith to go out with good courage, not knowing where we go, but only that your hand is leading us and your love supporting us. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Brief recap, adaptive leadership, form questions, pace loss, contain anxiety, engage creativity. And we'll talk more about each of those. Want to go through the process, and this morning was more theoretical, this afternoon is more practical. Observation. What are you seeing? This morning we actually began with collecting of data. When I went through those charts, it was an illustration of how you collect data, or some of the data that's available. And the data in your own community is really important. What is your context? What actually is your context? Not just what you imagine it to be, but what is the data around your context, and how do you find that out? So, as you're, how do you find out information? How do people get facts where you are? What are you seeing? What are you hearing? And what are you feeling? Because it's not only intellectual data, but you also need to connect with what's the temperature in your community? What are the emotional issues that are there? What gets people excited and what gets them riled up? That's all part of data too. Where's the anxiety in individuals and in the community? Don't ask the question at this point why that anxiety is there, but identify what it is, because the next stage is to begin the interpretation of it. And one of our problems is that we move so quickly between gathering data to interpreting it that we miss out stuff. So just gather the data, and that takes time. When you're gathering the data, how is it being displayed? How is the information that you're getting and looking for getting displayed? How does it show up? In whom does it show up? Who are the spokespeople? How are the majority responding to that? Where are the large groupings? Where's the hub and the nexus of what's going on? And then, who are the outliers? Who are giving you other data that you're not getting from anywhere else? Have you got any outliers? If you don't have any outliers, those are people who don't fit into the data that you have. You've probably not got all the data. And you have to be, who was it? I think it was Ivanka Trump that stated on one of her, she said, Albert Einstein said, if you have a theory that the facts don't support, change the facts. Actually, Albert Einstein did not say that. But you can imagine Ivanka Trump saying it. So what are the outliers saying? It doesn't mean that the outliers have the full truth, but they have an aspect of the truth that's not being stated by the majority. what do people outside your own community see and say? So if you're conducting stuff about your church, what do people outside the church say? As one of my colleagues always said, drive to the local gas station and say, where is Christ Church? And if they can't tell you where it is, what difference is it making in the community? As you're collecting this, what does the information say about what are the values and the meanings associated with the identified problem, the identified issue? What's the data about the values that are being expressed here? And how do the stated values, the espoused values, connect, align or misalign with the acted out values? Where's the discrepancies? Where are there convergences? Yep. See, one of the things is gathering the data recognizes that those are the facts on the ground. How you interpret it is the second stage. But you can't interpret it if you don't have the data. So if you're not taking into account in sort of the collecting of the information, the observation, you've just made an observation. This is a significant community who's meeting here, and if they become stakeholders, and you need to take that into consideration as you're making your observations, and then you weigh them in the interpretation, the evaluation process, and you might want to include that in the action plan or not. But then that becomes a decision based on some reality. I'll give you an example. This is sort of a weird negative example, but there was a parish in Toronto which was in the heart of this is an old Anglican church in the heart of what is now largely a Portuguese enclave. And young, quite vibrant, but first, second generation Portuguese. Okay, so that's part of the context and changing demographics. It was once the heart of an Anglo community. So the question to the 30 people that were gathering in this church that conservatively would hold 1,200. Does this church, and they're all white, old, does this church congregation represent its community? Now, what's the answer to that question? Their answer was yes, because we have the only, our community represents the fact that there are only 35 white Anglos in this geographic community. So they represent it. And their assumption is everybody else is probably Roman Catholic. And they wouldn't want to be Anglicans anyway. So they base their whole vision on ministering to the 35 people and hoping somebody will move in who's Anglo, an Anglican. And at one point I said, well, you have this huge community, and many of them might be Roman Catholic in background, but they don't go to the Roman Catholic Church, actually. They're not active and practicing. They could be here. Well, do you think they would want to be Anglican? I said, they might. How? You're making assumptions based on no fact and ignoring a huge amount of the fact. So anyway, gathering the information. This is not an exhaustive list by any means, but it just gives some indication of the range of things that you need to take into account. Not just the numbers, not just the statistics, but those are important, but also what's the feel, what's the vibe in this place and the community. And the leader's role, this comes from Ronald Heifetz in Adaptive Leadership, the developer really of the concept of adaptive leadership. Or he named what is already present in other places, but he talks about the balcony and the dance floor, and that the leader needs to move between the balcony and the dance floor. And what he means by that is that on the dance floor, things are happening, and there's energy and vibe and so on, and you need to be in the midst of it. You need to be immersed in the situation to pick that up and to engage in what's happening. Or, the dance is dead, on the other hand. You need to know that. But you also need to be up on the balcony, because it's from the balcony that you begin to see the patterns that you can't see when you're on the dance floor. You begin to see who gets up to which music. When does the floor fill up? When does everybody go and sit back down in the seat? Who is standing on the side walls waiting? Who is having a little tete-a-tete at that table right there? Who's escaping out the back door for a smoke or whatever else they're going to do? Who is dancing vigorously and who is covering their ears? You begin to see that pattern, and you begin to see the flow of what's happening on the floor, which you cannot see when you're on the floor. But if you stay in the balcony, you're never engaged. So that oscillation between the observation, if you will, from above or from a vantage point that you can see the perspective, and the engagement with what's going on. You need to have those opportunities in your own parish or your own setting. Times when you actually move away and just think about what you're seeing, and other times that you're deeply engaged in it. You can't be one or the other if you're wanting to be actually an effective leader. That makes sense? Eva? The other thing to note is that where are you in the mix of all of this? I'm going to come back to this, but I'm just going to introduce it at this point. There are two core, those three processes. Does it say two? It says 2 and 2. It's wrong. It's 3 processes. It's actually 4 processes in 2 locations. What's happening in the organization and what's happening in you? And both of those provide information that you need to pay attention to, because this is actually an exercise of pastoral skill, listening skills. When you're engaged in a conversation with somebody, and you're listening to them deeply, their story evokes in you your story. And what typically happens in a conversation, you tell a story, they tell a story, you tell a story that that reflects, and they tell a story, and you bounce back and forth, and you stay up at this level. But if you really want to deepen the conversation, they tell a story. It evokes a story in you. You listen to your story and what it feels and the questions it raises for you, and you ask that question back. You don't tell your story, you ask the question back. And that prompts them to tell more of their story. The level deepens, and that evokes a question for you from your own story that you add, a hunch. And you say, I wonder if, and they say, well, that's not quite right. And then they tell more of their story. And each of those levels deepens. At some point, they will tell you more and more of their pain or their joy. And at some point, you'll bottom out because it either becomes too painful or too joyful for you, and you have to tell your story back. And so that sort of stops the process, but you move it down. In this exercise of leadership, when you're observing, you need to observe what's happening in you. How are you feeling? What's going on when you hear this information? What's happening in you? What information do you have to bring? How are you interpreting it? What does this mean for the organization? What does this mean for you? Because as the organization changes, your role and your situation changes too. And quite frankly, leaders who are not really in touch with what's going on in them in relationship to what's going on in their organization, they will freeze the organization at their level of comfort. Okay? I was talking to Bishop Stephen about situations I know in parishes where a parish priest is comfortable with a certain style and size of ministry, and they're very, very competent in that, and they move to something slightly bigger, and they make that slightly bigger thing smaller because that's where they were comfortable, and they haven't learned to grow into the new skills that they need for the bigger organization. So you get what I'm. And the same thing with action. When an action to address the issues is proposed, that has implications for you too. And you need to keep doing that inner and outer work. It's a balcony and dance floor relationship internally as well as externally. Leadership is also about inner work. How you're experienced by various groups is part of the information too. So getting a good handle on how you're being experienced as a leader with the various groups and what roles you play in those situations. It's really important to know how your role is being perceived, because people are usually comfortable with the way you act, and they will push you to conform to the way they feel comfortable with too, and they'll know which buttons to push. If you're a person that really has to please people, they will make sure that you are guilty about changing things that do this work. We'll come back to this a little later. They'll withdraw their praise. They'll withdraw their attention. They'll withdraw their presence. And if you need to please all the time, you'll try and seek that to make yourself feel comfortable, unless you know that that's a button. Consistency is a very high value in management, but it's a significant constraint in leading adaptive change. You have to be unreliable leader in some ways. You have to be prepared to not always be not always satisfy the expectations of, you have to break some expectations in order to make some progress. This is not, though, you can only break so many expectations before you're dead, before you lose credibility. And you're no use as a leader if you've lost your credibility. You've ceased to be a leader, because leadership is not just something that you have by right. You have to keep earning it. You have to keep earning that respect. People will work with, follow leaders only as long as the leaders are paying attention, or being respectful, collaborative, and so on. And if they withdraw that, you can't lead. I'm not going to go into this. Well, I'll do it just very briefly. We live in a Venn diagrams, intersecting circles. We are all in some context. We have a context in which we live. Our particular context might be small, well, the city that you live in, the community that you're part of, the family that you're part of, the school that you're part of. It's a context. This society in which we live is a context for us. We live in a context that is not, does not defer to institutional hierarchical leaders. That's the context. At some points, that was not the context, but that's the context that we're in now. Multicultural, that's part of the context. Multi-faith, highly secular culture, that's part of the context in which they are. But it's also, we're in the context of Alberta, of Edmonton. There's a political context, there's an economic context. That's all where some of our resources are. You also are part of a system, an organizational system that's in that context. So you're in the Anglican Church. That's part of the system in which you serve that defines some of the structures. There are certain parameters, policies, guidelines, stuff around that, and everybody has some system of which they're part. It could be a family system for many people, for everybody. Everybody lives in a family. So you're part of a system, but you also are a person with individual, unique gifts and desires and your own sense of purpose. And so all of those things overlap. And all of that is under the aegis of God. And your role is that central square the central triangle right here, where you bring your own personal gifts and experience and desires into relationship with the context in which you find yourself and the system in which you find organization and meaning. And out of that role then comes the way that you can act, which serves the purpose of the system with the resources from the context and your own desires. So role is that matrix of all of those things put together. Does that make sense?
So with the idea of the role is, so just to go back to your parish surrounded by the Portuguese community around, so you're the priest in that parish, so it's who you are and your values, but then the context is this larger community in which you are, and the system would be, I guess, that Anglican, the Diocese of Toronto, and all of that, and so.
And exactly, the system that you're in provides sense of meaning and purpose. This is how you're going to organize yourself. And that means that there's choices that are made. That, we are an Episcopal, synodical, liturgical, sacramental, biblical church. Those are some of the parameters around that system. That provides a way of organizing your story, your meaning. Okay. The context you're in are the sort of the opportunities, the resources that you have available. If you are in an inner city, very impoverished community, you have a different context than if you are in a very wealthy community. If you're in a multicultural urban community, that's a very different context than a fairly uniform, homogeneous rural community. That if you have a multitude of people, a very large church with lots of financial resources, that's a different context than a struggling rural parish where there are 6 people that show up. If you're in the heart of a university enclave and there are lots of young people around, that's a very different context. And I'm not sure saying in church, but in that community, that's a very different context than if you're surrounded with nursing homes. So the context provides some of the resources for ministry. The system is the organization around you that you're serving, and you with your own giftedness and unique abilities and desires and things all fit into that, and that's part of your role. And if you're acting outside of your role, then one of those things is out of balance. You're not taking into consideration one of those things. Let's move on to interpretation. Because this is really one of the critical things, and this is one of the critical things, this is probably the most critical thing about adaptive leadership. I don't know if any of you have read any of the Jacqueline Winspear, Maisie Dobbs novels. Wonderful English novels set in the just post-First World War, with a nurse who becomes an investigator, sort of with a mentor who's a lot like Hercule Poirot, whose name is Maurice Blanche. And he gives this advice to Maisie. Never rush to a conclusion. Even though the clues point in a certain direction, do not let yourself be blinded by assumption. It's too easy to be trapped by the mind closing when the task is considered done. Too easy to be trapped by the mind closing when the task is considered done. So think of a murder investigation, and a few of the clues point to a certain person, and you're having a lot of pressure from the public to solve the case, and this seems consistent, and you just say, that's the perpetrator, and you then you just discount all of the other facts that don't support that, and you convict the wrong person. We see that happening all the time. And we make assumptions about things and then leap to the conclusion without actually accounting for all the other facts. So don't rush. Because what do you see in that image? 2 people talking. What else do you see in that image? A chalice, or a vase. Yeah. Which is it? Yes, it is. It's both. And it depends on your perspective. And with different values, we screen reality for different information. And we put the facts together into a different picture. Take that St. Anne's Parish. They were screening with the different values what they were seeing, and they picked up clues and made assumptions and conclusions based on values that they had, that the Anglican Church is actually for Anglos. And it happens not in the church, just in church. Medical research that collects data only on men. The Black Lives Matters movement illustrates that there's a whole lack of consideration of other perspectives. Missing Indigenous women and children. There's discounting of information because you're making certain assumptions. Adaptive leadership ought to be inherently diverse. And since you are not diverse, you yourself are not diverse, you have to engage other people to make that diverse. So this is not top-down leadership. This might be top-down, making sure that these things get included, but it's the engagement, the collaboration with a wide range of people that make this possible. Because adaptive work not only is the assessment of reality, but a clarification of values. What is it that we really value? What's core here? So it's that back and forth. It's a pendulum, not so much a pendulum, but just an oscillation that moves back and forth. And this is my definition of heresy. My definition of heresy is that you take something that is actually true and make it the only truth, or the most important truth, and don't recognize that that truth needs to be held up alongside this other truth, which is paradox. It is a paradox. They're both true, even though they're apparently not. And that's true in our faith. God is Trinity, 3 persons, but not 3 gods. 1 God, but 3 persons. Christ is human and divine, not or. The early heresies were one or the other. And it's the both and that is actually important. So holding together paradox and living with ambiguity is a key role here. Hand.
A friend of mine just finished her doctorate in organizational change management. And I asked her what she learned from it. And she said that process is the most important. And I said, what makes it the process? She said, for every voice to be included. That was her interpretation.
Thank you. And one of the things about every voice being included is you need to hear every voice, but then you have to make judgments and balance those things, because you don't necessarily follow every voice. But consensus, people think the consensus is the same as unanimity, and that's not true. In the Quakers, my wife is a Quaker, so Quaker process is about getting the sense of the meeting, the consensus of the meeting. It does not mean that everybody agrees with the outcome. What it does mean is that everybody has had the opportunity to have their input into the decision that can be shift and change the outcome. And then when that comes to the point, even if they're not fully in agreement, they agree that they can live with what's coming. And if they can't live with what's coming, you keep the process going. Does that make sense? It is hearing. This is the inclusion of competing value perspectives may be essential to adaptive success. And when we don't have some of those competing value perspectives, we might be missing out on something that's actually the really important thing. This is a quotation from Rachel Held Evans. Some of you will know she was an young evangelical blogger who then became an Episcopalian because she was fed up with some of the fundamentalism that she was dealing with, and unfortunately died really quite tragically at, 33 or 35. Brilliant person. But most young adults I know aren't looking for a religion that answers all their questions, but rather a community of faith in which they feel safe to ask them. And actually that's one of the beauties of Anglicanism, is that it's one of the gifts of Anglicanism is its ambiguity. There are lots of people who are ultimately, truly frustrated with Anglicans because there's a whole lot of ambiguity and gray areas and things not settled. And in fact, that's one of its gifts, that it allows space for an inclusion of a wide variety of things, but there are some core things that everybody holds on to, or almost everybody holds on to. I always was able to identify by name 10 people who held the diametrically opposed view on any subject that I would propose. So as you're interpreting, what's your preliminary take? Note this is iterative. What's your preliminary take? What's your first thesis? What led you to that hypothesis? What evidence supports that? And what have you ignored in coming to that hypothesis? What other explanation might there be? And a really, really key question, which we often don't ask, why is this important? Why is this issue important? Because we spend an awful lot of time on things that ultimately are not important. And a huge amount of energy. And when we're spending that amount of time on things that are not important, it's because we're avoiding dealing with the things that are important. It's work avoidance. And so when you get people all riled up because you're moving one pew, what's that actually about? What's the value that's being attached to that? I know lots of people who would dispense with the baptismal vows, but they will not dispense with that one pew. And I know a lot of clergy who will change things in liturgy, but they won't change the hymns. And the one thing you can change, and the other thing you can't. But they mix it up. It's like some teenagers, somebody once said that teenagers suffer from the three I's. They think they're immortal, infertile, and invincible, none of which is true. And so they take great risks with all of those things, but they won't change the brand of their running shoes because they'll get out of favor with all of their friends. So you confuse what's really important with what's, in a sense, peripheral. Because the question is, what are the values at stake here? How do others understand those values and interpret them? Getting that perspective is really important. And so you can't do this on your own. This is not you sitting down and analyzing this. This is bringing together some people to work through these questions and issues. And again, you do not do this with stuff that's not important. We bring together a lot of people to spend a lot of time dealing with stuff that's not important. And we need to use those resources a little more wisely and bring them around things that actually are important, that we're really struggling with. What does it mean to help form people in faith? That's an important question. What color is the confirmation cake? Isn't. It is to some people. It is to some people, and let them decide it. So you gather a team to, and then you revise the interpretation. So you've heard this, first take on it, and you keep revising it and revising it until it becomes a more shared view of actually what's happening. And at that point, then you can begin to do some planning around action. Ready, aim, fire. I'm going to do something different. And this is a technique. This question burst technique. Is anyone familiar with the question burst technique? You are. Okay. Can I have a volunteer who's dealing with has a particular issue that they're dealing with in their parish, something that you can sort of summarize in 2 minutes? I need somebody to volunteer to do that, and I need 3 people to volunteer to ask some questions about that. Okay? Sue, I can tell. No, you do it. You're going to get a chance. I'm going to have you have an opportunity to do this in smaller groups. But can you think of something? This is what the process will be. Sue will just outline a short little sort of a question that you're struggling with, an issue that you're struggling with either in this parish or wherever. You can make that decision. That doesn't have a clear answer, but it has some importance for you. Then we are going to present for 2 minutes. I need somebody to time that. Who is a timer? Okay, I want a 2-minute time for that. And then for 4 minutes, I want 3 people. These people are just going to ask questions, okay? 3 people. 1, 2, Travis, you'll do it. 3. See, that's what the old-fashioned leaders do. You do this. And the type of questions that I want you to ask are not, tell me more about this, but I wonder what would happen if and they have to be questions, short questions. They're not to be evaluative. They're not to be, why didn't you think of? It's those open-ended questions. I wonder what might happen if such and such. Have you considered this? Who else might be involved in that? That type of question, okay? And as many as you can, and you're not answering them. This is only asking questions, and you can ask questions too as these come up. And I just want you to do them as fast as you can. What comes to mind, okay? I want somebody else to write the answers down. Write the questions down as they're being said. Okay, thank you. Process is simple. You present for 2 minutes. You ask questions, including you, of the situation for 4 minutes. Somebody writes them down, and then we'll move to the second stage of the process. Okay? Ready? Yeah. Why don't you use the mic so that you can hear? They can hear.
Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking.
But there's somebody online.
Yes, I hope there's
No.
somebody. Testing.
Here. There's a nice little pocket.
Thank you.
2 minutes, the timer, and after a minute, after sort of a minute and a half, just raise your hand and wave it.
So one of the things that we're trying to discern at Christchurch is how we might open up and share ministry with another parish. Many individuals, many parishes in Edmonton are not able to afford full-time clergy. They are not able to, their capacity is such that they need to do some sharing. So we're looking at possibly sharing our resources, sharing our clergy, sharing our leadership with possibly another parish in Edmonton. And it is a really interesting question in terms of how do we discern whether this is right? How do we work with another parish? Has anyone done this in the past? How do we discern whether it's the right fit? It's a question I think all of us in some ways have started to look at, but the problem is shared ministry, how you combine resources and even leadership, who does what and how you make that work. So that is the problem. Is that an okay problem?
And how do you, what's your emotional?
Oh, I hate it. So I don't want to do it.
Your emotional energy is low.
Well, yes, it's low for it. It's necessary, but it's something I don't know. So so I'm anxious. Yep. Very anxious about it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Great. Now you're going to have to shout out the questions. For the next 4 minutes, I only want you to ask questions.
I wonder how you organize that competition.
Have you thought about the commonality between the parishes?
Which parishes would you consider doing this with?
Does it have to be urban? Could rural be a part of that question?
What are the strengths of, have you imagined new possibilities of different strengths in the two environments?
How would power be distributed among the participants?
Who's excited about this and who is not?
Are you limited to between Anglican parishes or cross denomination lines?
Do they even have to be Christian to start with, as long as they are a Christian community? What are the potential positives for Christchurch in doing this?
Who's going to pay for it?
Or what are the possibilities of economic resources?
And what are the reasons other than money?
Where,
Who has passion to lead this?
where are other people doing this that we can look at their learning?
Where have you imagined the possibilities to have great success as opposed to failure in practice?
Could you try it with one and see how that works?
How do you develop clarity about who does what?
I wonder if Zoom and the social media have some opportunities for us to explore.
Or the lay people that are not yet explored or animated?
Whose building are you going to use?
What will be your goal on this stage and secret?
Where are the sound booths that you're considering? Who are going to do the work?
are the underlying values that are driving this? What would we need to change? I wonder what would need to change if we move to this model.
Somebody decided it's not going to work.
What will we learn if we try it?
How long are you going to try it for?
Who needs to give permission for this to happen?
What does it look like? Do you success or failure?
How would it be structured to not happen?
What are the real opportunities that might open up if we do this?
How do you handle volunteers again in tradition?
How to build in adaptability after the week has begun and it be backed up.
What unique strengths does Christchurch bring to the challenge?
I wonder how this will enrich the life of the diocese. Thank you. Now, as you think back, were there any questions that became, and I'll ask Sue this first, but then I'll ask the whole group, could you just time this also for 3 minutes? Could you time this for 3 minutes? Okay, just Sue, not 3 minutes, but were there any, when you heard the questions, were there any aha moments or anything that just sort of struck you? What? Do you remember any of the?
Yeah, what would we need to change? Like what would we need to change?
Yep.
In that context? Could we try it with Zoom? I've done that. What would we learn from Zoom? What boundaries would need to be in place? Those first.
Okay. For other people, were there any questions or things that caused you sort of go, oh, hadn't thought of that? Any other aha moments? Sue, what are you feeling now? What's your level of anxiety? Is it higher, lower?
Yeah, it would be lower. I mean, maybe hopeful, maybe that, yeah, lower level.
Great. Okay, this is a technique. I'm going to show you a video if it'll work. We'll see how the technology works. It's a 4-minute video, and it's by the man who developed this technique called question burst process. What we're going to do is then we're going to have one practice round amongst ourselves about this. So I will try it, and we'll see if it works. And there'll be unfortunately, there will be an ad.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta. Waiting in uncertain times involves facing challenges that we care about. I think it's coming out of the unsure of their progress. Often we get stuck because not only do we not have the answer, we are asking the wrong questions. In this kind of situation, posing a different, better question can have a catalytic quality, sending energy down a new and more productive pathway. Most catalytic questions work by challenging some limiting assumption or for arriving at a better question. You can use it individually or as a team and in any situation, work or life, where you're feeling stuck and trying to imagine new possibilities. If you make the question burst insightful way. Working with many problem solvers.
Get a lovely picture, an old picture of my grandchildren.
Have you got connection, a Wi-Fi connection or Bluetooth connection to this machine here?
No.
I have a direct connection.
Oh.
Productively. Engage with others more deeply. Spark the creativity.
You know what? I'll figure it out and we'll do something else. We'll come back to this. No, I'm going to do this. That works. So we will figure this out. And we will practice this later after the break when I figure out how to do that. Okay, so interpretation involves keeping an open mind, not rushing to a conclusion, exploring with others the largest possible range of understanding of the data, and using a question burst as one of the tools that you might be able to do that. I must say that I use this tool a lot in all sorts of ways to deal with bringing out questions. And it's just incredible how powerful taking 10 minutes, the whole process takes less than 10 minutes to just generate something that's completely new. Just again, reminder that the technical issues are known problems with known solutions. The adaptive issues require learning. So I want to just look at an example in the Bible. Remember that adaptive learning is about mobilizing people to tackle tough challenges and thrive. And I want to look at, there are numerous ones in the Bible that you can interpret through an adaptive leadership lens. And I'm going to take Moses and the Exodus. Now, Michelangelo's Moses in San Pietro in Vincula in Rome. Tell me the story of Moses and the Exodus. One aspect of it. How did Moses begin? No, before that. He was privileged, but before that he was a child in a little boat, a Hebrew boy about to be killed. Okay, this is a pretty dire circumstance. And what happens? His mother fixes it so that he'll live by subterfuge. What happens? He gets put in a reed little boat, conveniently located near where the princess is bathing. She sees it and says, "Oh, look at a little baby," and adopts it, and everything's happy ever after. And who becomes his nursemaid? His own mother. And so, where is Moses raised? In the court. And who's Moses' grandfather? Pharaoh. Powerful. So he's in a position of privilege and power, and at some point he awakes to the fact that he is a position of privilege and power that's actually not typically his or his people. And what happens? What's he do? He kills a person. Kills who? Who does he kill? an Egyptian overseer who are controlling the slaves. And what is the response of his people? Yeah, so who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? And so he has to flee. And where does he flee? Midian. And where's Midian? Yeah, pretty close. He has to cross he has to cross the peninsula, the Sinai Peninsula, to get there. And what's he do there? Position of power? What's he do? Shepherds the sheep. He's with the sheep. And it's in the midst of this circumstance and while he's there, he marries the daughter, who's not just the shepherd, but he's a Midianite priest. Okay, so this is a really complex story already. And then he has a theophany, he has an experience of God who calls him to leadership. And his response is, I've done that already and it didn't work out. I don't speak very well, and a whole litany of reasons that this cannot happen. Choose someone else. Here am I, send them. And God says, no, you go. And I'll give you resources. And so what does he do? He goes back to his grandfather, so he has access, entrance, but he has no idea how it's going to turn out. Like, he has no idea how it's going to turn out. If somebody told you to go and speak to well, you just fill in the name, some great person, and that you want to lead a whole section of their country out of the country, who is providing you with free labor. What is the anticipated response? Oh, sure, go. Okay, so this is going to end up in failure. He knows that, and so he's really reluctant to do it, but he still does it. He doesn't know what the outcome's going to be. So he does it anyway, because who knows why? He does it. And he eventually, through that whole process of both negotiation and threat and promise and so on, eventually gets Pharaoh to agree, because the consequences of not agreeing are so egregious, until they actually move, and then Pharaoh changes his mind. And how he manages to get all of those people to follow him is not told, but he does. He gets them to follow him. Is he the hero leader? The expectation of the people is that he's, in a sense, the hero leader. He moves from non-entity to hero leader. And how does he get to be hero leader? Because he gets them across the Red Sea. How does that happen? Gets to the Red Sea, and what's happening? He's being chased by Pharaoh's armies. And what is the response of the people? You got us into this. What are you going to do about it now? And Moses says, God, you got me into this. What are you going to do about it now? He doesn't know, but he listens. And God says, walk into the Red Sea. Now that's really stupid. You know the joke about the person who falls off the cliff and ends up halfway down the cliff with it hanging onto a branch that's out, and he's swinging there, and he yells up, "Is there anybody up there?" No reply. "Anybody up there?" No reply. "Anybody up there?" "I'm here." "Can you help me?" "Yes." "Who are you?" "God." "Well, can you help me?" "Yes, but you'll have to do exactly what I tell you." "I'll do anything." "Let go." Is there anyone else up there? The midrash on the Red Sea story is that Moses walks into the sea up to his chest before the waters start to part. You have to enter into the unknown. And why does he even believe this God? I mean, there's a pre-story to this. This is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This is his family story. This is the God that they have served. He's not creating something out of nothing. He's reaching back into his roots of a God who is faithful, who has led God's people in unknown circumstances. Abraham and Sarah, when Abram and Sarai set out from Ur, you can see all the neighbors saying, "Where are you going?" And their responses, "I don't know." Why are you going? "God told me." "You're crazy." They have this story of Abraham and Isaac and the near sacrifice of Isaac, and Jacob who comes into a relationship with God, and again out of the worst possible circumstances, and flourishes. And here's the story, and this is our story, and this is our God, and so at least we think God can be trusted. So he leads them into the desert, across. So they are saved. They're rescued through the Red Sea. They're on Sinai. And what's the very first thing that happens? Do you remember? Pardon? Not yet. Not yet. That does happen. That's later in the story. The very first thing that happens, grumbling of the people. "You've led us into our death. Where's the food? Where's the manna?" Back in Egypt in those good old days, there was food galore. There were the flesh pots. Don't you remember the flesh pots? Everybody's like, "Oh yeah. Well, that's false memory. They were slaves. They didn't even have straw to build the bricks. They didn't have flesh pots and their sons were being killed. But they'd rather be there because that was comfortable. That's what they knew. They knew when they got up in the morning what they were going to do, and now they don't. And so the leader gets blamed. You have led us here. Well, not me, it's part of God's plan. No, you've led us here. And who is this God anyway? And in that process, he has to, and so they pray, and what happens? Manna is given. This miraculous food. And do you remember the Psalms? He gave them food from heaven. Though he gave them food from heaven and gave them their heart's desire, they turned their back on it. Pardon? They still complain. You give us this detestable food. It's awful. There's not even meat. Well, gives them meat. Oh, now we have too much. So there's always this resistance at the same time as grace. But what happens in the desert? What happens in the process? What happens in those 40 years? It's not just that, as Mrs. Moses says to Moses, typical man, if you'd asked for directions 40 years ago, we would have been there. No, something else happens. In that 2-generation period, they learn how to be the people of God. They're brought into a covenant relationship with God. They are learning, they have to stop learning how to be slaves and how to be free. And it takes them several generations to do that. And Moses does not know how to do that. And at one point he just gets mad and strikes the rock, and there's some punishment that goes along with this, because I'm just mad at these people, and I will give them water, but and then he has to recognize that God's still leading this. It's not him. Goes up into the mountain to receive the the commandments, the Torah, and what happens what the people do? They want to go back to something that they can touch and feel. They want a God that they can see. Who is this God? How do we even, literally, if you read the text, how do we even know that this God exists? How do we even know that Moses is up there and still alive? Aaron, make us something that we can touch and see and feel so that we know God's here. And that's when the golden calf is made. But they have to learn that that's not what their future is. That the golden calf is a technical fix to an adaptive problem. And it's not adequate. And Moses has to also learn what leadership is. And to remember Moses' complaint, I have all these people and all these decisions to make, and I am overburdened, and God has given me this huge group of people. Just take them away, God. Let me die. And I'm sure that all of us have been close to that point in our ministries. And then somebody comes to him to give him a different view. And who is it? Do you remember? His father-in-law, who is a Midianite priest. He's not a follower of Yahweh. He's not a Hebrew. He's somebody from outside who says, you need to think about this in a different way. You need to share this leadership. Oh, well, I can't. I have all these burdens. God has given this to me. Well, Moses says, or Jephthah says, you're going to die if you do this this way. You need to share it. And guess who blesses this? God. The Spirit's poured out on all these people. And there are people who say, but they went it the right way, and these two didn't follow it the right way, and they need to be cast out. And the response? No, the Spirit's fallen on them too. And he has to share the leadership, and he has to learn how to do that. And he doesn't get into the promised land. He comes to the edge of the promised land. He doesn't get to go in. He only gets to see it. And if you read the last chapters of Genesis, or Exodus, if you read the last chapters of that, Moses standing on that mount looking over into the promised land is not regretting that. There's no regret. He has done what he has been, what's been promised. He has brought them to the promised land, and it was enough for him to see it. He doesn't actually have to go there. It's full, and the text says he is full of life and vigor and energy, even though he's 120 or whatever it is. And there's not a word of regret in that text. or anger or hostility. You know, I've done all this and still I haven't got in. That's not there. And he passes on the leadership to someone else who's the next person, who's not like him, except that he holds the same covenant. He holds the same core values. Moses said, as you are moving forward into this, I put before you a choice, life or death. Choose life. Joshua's first speech, I and my family, we choose life. So there's that content. Moses had no idea where he actually did have a vision of what it was about. It was about the promised land, land of milk and honey. And how does he lead the people in that process? He keeps holding before them this vision of what the promise is. He keeps their hope focused. And that really is the process of adaptive leadership. You're constantly trying to figure out new ways of responding to the context in which we're in that you have no idea about. You're open to learning. You're opening to input. You're listening to what's happening both with the people and with God. You're listening to what's happening in yourself. You're able to express your own emotional issues. You keep learning, but you keep focused on the core things. This is our past. This is a God of our ancestors. This is our God. And God will go with us, and it will be life-giving, and we will thrive. And right now we're in the desert, and we don't know how to deal with this. Interesting thing is, he's got resources that he didn't even know he had, because he pastured sheep in the desert. He's calling on things that, from experiences that have been built up that he had no idea that they were part of this ongoing story. So this is you can read the whole thing as an adaptive leadership issue. You can also read the early stages of the Acts of the Apostles as the early church is developing through the lens of adaptive leadership too. And it would be an interesting thing for you to do. Because remember what adaptive leadership does. It's about entering into a changed context that enables the capacity for thriving in a new context. Wrestling with questions of value. Who are we? Who are we as a people? What is our purpose? What is our destiny? How are we going to get there? There are multiple stakeholders in this. And you have to tap the energy of it. And you tap the energy of the anxiety. If everybody's complacent, they're not going to move. If everybody's happy with the status quo, you're not going to get any movement. The only time you get movement is if there is discomfort and dissatisfaction. And he defines what thriving means. Here is the land of milk and honey. You've come from slavery and scarcity, and you're moving into abundance. It builds in the past, doesn't throw away everything. It's not a new religion. This is the religion of our ancestors. This is the God who has created all things. And they have to keep improvising in the process. And there's lots of loss in the way. People die. They get it wrong. They move in circles. They're delayed. But they are embracing the future as a godly opportunity. Okay, do you want to take a break? How about a 10-minute break? 5-minute, can you do it 5? At most 10, so back before 2:15, or we're not going to get finished at 3. Okay, can we come back? There's some who have not come back, but it is 2:15 and we're going to start again. We're moving into the last stage of the second last stage of the process, and that is, you want us to do what? It's the action stage. You can. This is the Moses question. You want us to do what? Again, remember the adaptive leadership: observe, interpret, intervene, and do it again, and then again, and then again. And this is the main step. So part of the adaptive leadership challenge is, as we look at the data in front of us and the range of data in front of us, and then interpret that, what are you going to do? And one of the a critical task of an adaptive leader is to discern what to simplify and what to make more complex. And that's a dichotomy that it seems strange, but one of the things to simplify is, what is our goal? What is the promised land? Where's the milk and the honey? People need to be able to see that and picture it and articulate it clearly. This is what will give the sense of purpose, focus, and vision. If you want some really quick shorthand stuff, take the baptismal covenant, and that's what we ought to be doing. What to simplify, and then what to make more complex, because there are people who want things, the complex things, really simplified, and what they need to be is made more complex. You can't come to the simple, the simple quick fix is not going to work. You have to make it more complex. You have to keep asking questions, broadening the interpretation, broadening the possibilities. You simplify the core values. You identify which parts of the issue actually are technical and which are adaptive and which have components of both. And then for technical issues, those technical parts, you need clear, decisive, simple process and response. And you do need to attend to the technical issues. You can't ignore the technical issues. But then for the adaptive issues, as you identify the adaptive issues, there are no simple answers. There are no quick fixes, and you have to learn together how to deal with those. And part of the leadership role is to help people separate out which is which, because they require different responses. Now, if you're faced with a lot of, as we all are, complex adaptive issues, you do need to remember that you do need to have some quick fixes. You have to need some quick wins in your leadership. You have to show that you have enough trust. People can have enough trust in that you know what you're doing. And there need to be those quick fixes. If the roof is leaking, you can't wait until you decide what the whole building design is going to be, and how it's going to be reconfigured and so on. You need to fix that, because if you don't fix that, eventually there's not going to be a building for you to deal with, or a congregation. When you come across an accident, you need to put some bandages on people so that they can survive long enough to get to the hospital to have the surgery.
I like this. The thing that's more through my mind about this adaptive and apprentice issues is kind of like that of a business too. To use the pressure cooker analogy,
Yes, exactly.
Experience talking forever?
So, so obviously the wheat takes different times than the potatoes, seasoning takes time, and so when you're trying to do the adaptive changing, obviously there's times when you do something that's really, really takes a lot of time, and there's things that will take a quick amount of time, but how do you solidify it all to make the stew? Like it has to be authentic, right? To make
Yeah.
the stew.
I'll use another cooking analogy because I love to cook. There are some dishes, some days that you just need to put something in the microwave and zap it and have that for dinner. That's the technical quick fix. But other days, it's the slow pot cooking that's required. Or you're having, or you need to have those elaborate meals that actually take a long time and to think through, and then it takes a long time to consume it, too. And they're different things, and they're not the same, and you don't treat them the same. But your pacing idea in terms of the stew is really a critical thing, because part of leadership is knowing how to pace things out so that it doesn't all come together and overwhelm and make it tasteless. And the process of figuring out this step needs to be taken before this step, and you add things on, and then you experiment and you taste it, and you need a little more salt and you need a little more spice. And, oops, too much salt, let's put another potato in. And then suddenly somebody else shows up at dinner and you need to put water in to make the stew bigger. So that's it's a dynamic process rather than a static process. Quick technical issues are often fairly static. There's a beginning, a problem, and an end. Adaptive things are much more dynamic and they take longer and over a period of time. Yes?
So, not to torture this metaphor too much, but you know, you mentioned sometimes all you may have the energy for is to just whip something up in the microwave. And I think a challenge that we have in adaptive leadership right now is that a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people are really tired and exhausted and they want to just zap it in the microwave. But like we've invited the 30 people over for dinner, we have to make the big giant meal. And so how do we nourish ourselves or nourish other adaptive leaders in our communities that they have the capability to do this long, drawn out, thoughtful, creative cooking process instead of being like, oh my God, I'm just gonna put some frozen French fries in the oven and feed that to myself.
Vita's over. The thing is that you have to do both. That's part of the challenge. You have to do both because you have to nourish people as they're doing the longer process, but you can't be satisfied with the short-term stuff. The short-term stuff will keep you alive today, but it won't keep you alive 10 years from now. But you have to be alive today in order to be alive 10 years from now. So it's a matter of doing both. And let me continue through this process because it might answer some of the questions. One of the key questions is, what do you have energy for and what's important? And not everything's important. And of all the things that are important, not everything has the same priority. And so being able to help establish priorities is a key factor. It's called ripeness in the term. When is the situation ripe in order to do this? And there are some key things about that. I wasn't going to cover that, but I'm going to because it's important. So let me just continue the adaptive challenges. One of the things is that you have to disturb the status quo and keep it from getting settled too quickly, because as soon as it's settled, you'll freeze. When things are, we are at a critical moment right now in terms of coming back from COVID. Okay? Things have been unsettled, open. You can do some things now that you would not have been able to do in 2018. This is running out of battery, I think. Because people, there's an openness to doing some things. And you have two options. There are people who want to go back to the way it was. Let's just recreate the church as it was in 2018. And others who say, actually, no, we've learned some things and we need to do something else. If you freeze the status quo right now, you won't have another opportunity for a considerable period of time to do anything new. So, frankly, keeping some options open right now is really important. Part of what your role now is to ask questions that broaden and deepen to find out what is really important. What's the heart of the matter? Heart of the matter. Think of heart of the matter, which means not only the core values, but where do you have passion and energy? If it doesn't matter to you, you're not going to expend the energy that you need to do it. So that's one of the questions of what to do. I'm going to do this, even though it's a little. I think this is for me a helpful framework. What I'm going to say right now, and I'm going to do it fairly quickly, I hope, because I think it gives some notions about the differences between adaptive and fits into what we were talking about. All leadership requires that the leader needs to provide direction, protection, and order. That's what you were hired to do. That's why people gave you the leadership role. That's what people expect of you, and if you don't fulfill it, you're gone. And the direction is, where are we going? So keeping that focus. Protection is keeping us safe. And third is providing the structure and order in order for us to get to the destination. But they function in a different way. And I'll use a parent-child illustration. Again, none of these illustrations are perfect. They're metaphors. So a parent of a small child gives those direction, protection, and order in a very different way than a parent of an older teenager or an adult. You have to exercise a different style for those two different roles. You're going to be much more directive, much more protective, although you won't feel it, and provide the structures in very different ways for a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 15-year-old, and a 20-year-old. Because task, technical, adaptive. Direction. I'll go down, I'll do it across. Direction. The technical leader defines the problem and proposes the solution. The adaptive leader identifies the problem. Oh, this is a problem we're having. And tries to frame key questions that will help explore the problem and the issues around it. And remind people, these are our values. How does this challenge or fit into our values? And how are we going to adapt our values to this issue? With a technical issue, you don't have to do that. Protection, a typical technical leader protects the organization from external threats. And I'll give you an example of the church wardens and parishes. You know, parish was running into financial difficulties. One of the one of the key things that I find over and over and over again, the church wardens try not to get people anxious, too anxious, and we'll see if it comes all out at the end of the year, and we'll just protect them from knowing about how bad it is. An adaptive leader says, oh, we're having a real challenge with our finances right now. I wonder what that means. And then begins to ask a whole lot of questions about how are we exercising our stewardship, and what are the things that we really need to be doing, and how does this fit in with our vision? So the adaptive leader discloses the threats, not protects people from knowing about them. In fact, the technical leader protects them from the external threats in order to have enough time to solve the problem. Okay? Do you see the difference? And in order, the three parts of order are orientation, dealing with conflict, and establishing norms. And a technical leader orients people to the current roles. This is how we do it here. This is how we've always done it here. And newcomers get oriented to the way things are. An adaptive leader disorients people, saying, why have we always done it this way? Is this the only way we could do this? I wonder if, and right now, in this post-lockdown reopening period, do you want to orient people to the way things used to be, or do you want to keep it open and disoriented until we find a new way, how we really want to do it that more aligns with what we need to be doing now? Okay? Those are two different roles. Same thing. So you resist orienting people to new roles too quickly. Conflict. A technical leader wants to restore order, to solve the conflict. But an adaptive leader recognizes that conflict actually creates energy and is a sign that there are tensions and issues that need to be resolved in a broader context. Conflict is not necessarily bad. Conflict can be really destructive, but it can also be highly constructive because it can allow enough energy for people to engage with passion some issues. So you use the conflict and allow it to emerge in a way that doesn't destroy the whole community, but creates enough energy to do something. We are upset with the way life is for the 10,000 homeless people in Edmonton. And that upset causes us to do something. If you don't even think about it, or if it's swept away, that's a way of conflict resolution, just sweep it away, then you don't think about it, you don't do anything about it. Norms. The technical leader maintains the norms the way they are. Here are the rules, here are the policies, and so on, because that keeps the system stable. The adaptive leader allows the norms to be challenged, allows people to say, how come we're always doing it this way? How come that's the rule? Who made that rule? The interesting thing is about policies. A nursing friend of mine said that policy is a scab on an old wound. You develop policy. Policy only comes up when there's a problem. You develop a policy to deal with problems that recur so that there's a standardized way of dealing with it, which is really useful, but there are times when the wound is now healed that you don't need that policy anymore.
I've heard it said that if you take away the solution, you get the
Good way. Okay. As you're thinking about this, as you're going away, think of an adaptive issue in your own context. Only one. Just think of one adaptive issue. How are you dealing with that in terms of direction, protection, and order? And how might you do it differently? So adaptive leadership formulates questions, paces the loss in order to sustain meaningful change. If you don't pace the loss, because you're losing things in adaptive leadership, you are losing things. You have to recognize that. And if people lose too much, too quickly, what happens? They freeze or they rebel. They become, it's any attack. You respond by fight, flight, or freeze. And that will happen. If you're, so having a really good sense of your community allows the leader some of the intuitive decision making about how fast you can do some things and how much you can do. And you know when you've overstepped that mark, when a tiny little thing causes enormous reaction. We were doing $1 million change in a building campaign in our church, and one of the church wardens, the deputy church warden, was just a stalwart. She was wonderful, and there was all sorts of resistance and so on, and she stuck with it. And one day at an advisory board meeting, something was said about the paint color in the choir room, and she just lost it. She just lost it. I think I'll just resign from the church. You know, huge overreaction to this. It wasn't about the paint color. The old proverbial, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was just one step too far. So we needed to back off. We did decide not to change the paint color. The thing is that you will be expected by most people to provide the technical direction, protection, and order. And as an adaptive leader, you need to step outside that role a little bit. Not completely out, not so far out that nobody is willing to give you any credibility, but far enough out that you help people shift. And that's determining the ripeness of the situation. I'm just going through this quickly. So as you're framing an intervention, what do you have in mind? And that key question, back to your question about why is this important? If you can't articulate why it's important, then you're not ready to do it. Why is this important? Why is it important to you? That's the internal work. Why is it important to this community? And why are you passionate enough about it to expend your energy on this? Who else can join you in this? So it's not your story. It can't be your project. It has to be our project. You can help convince people that it's their project, but they have to buy into it. And not everybody has to buy into it. You have to have a group of people who are willing to work together to move forward on this. And you need to communicate it, and communicate it, and communicate it again, and then communicate it another way. And you have to start where people are, not where you want them to be. And you have to address their fears, because it will raise lots of fears. When we had this question, the question burst, there were a lot of questions about the fears. Why should this parish do this? What would be the good of it? Those are all the right questions to be asking. What inspires this? People will follow something that inspires them. You know, there is a land full of milk and honey. But when you get to the land, you're going to have to fight for it. You're not walking in and taking over. And how is it affecting both the rational, the mind, and the heart, and the gut? And communicate for that. We often communicate only to the one. Oops, sorry, I've gone past that. Connect people back to their values, to the history. One of my good friends was interviewing for a parish which was pretty conservative, and they loved their building. And one of the questions is, you know, will you change anything here? And the clear response that was expected was no. And he said, well, I've been reading the history of this is the fourth building on this site. The first building burnt down. The second, you decided it was too small for you. The third, you expanded it for some other reason. And in each time, it was the right thing to do at the time. And so you actually are people who are open to doing new things in response to the need. Well, they heard a different take of their history. And because they heard a different story, they were enabled to imagine a different future. So one of the key things that you need to do is connect with the values, the history, and the purpose that have always been here. Here's who we are. This is who we are. And if you don't know who you are, you're not going to be a good leader. And the final question, which is the bottom line question, where's God in this? So you communicate some more, communicate a little bit more. The readiness of people. How ready are they? Where's the sense of urgency? Is there any sense of urgency? Do you have to create urgency? Yeah, you have to sell the problem. Yeah. Is the urgency located in a small group or is it widespread? And this is an important pastoral question. Is the pain level too high? Because if the pain level is too high in the community, they don't have the energy to do the work. People will avoid doing the work in all sorts of really creative ways. And you will be the brunt of it all. Because if the pain level is too high, there's not trust. No. Yes. As my wife Because my wife, who was an elementary school teacher, used to say to her kids, "Too bad, so sad," or "Suck it up, buttercup." Pain is, while people avoid pain, suffering and pain is actually part of life. It's a part of life. You cannot avoid pain if you're going to live. If you're going to love, it's always going to cause some pain somewhere. What you need to do is have the resources and the resilience to be able to live through the pain with a story that gives you hope and meaning even in spite of that and keeps you moving forward. And that's the leader's role. But in some communities, the pain is so widespread, you can't go into a community that has suffered a major trauma that is unresolved at this point, and expect a whole lot of change, other change, because they need the stability in order to heal. But that doesn't, there are going to be people, because congregations are diverse, there are going to be people in that situation who will not be ready to do things. But that doesn't mean that you can't do them, because the congregation, the bigger community, is ready. And that then requires you to pay particular pastoral attention to that person or that small group. So there's a huge pastoral role in leadership. This is not an administrative what do you call it? This is not an institutional fiat. This is really listening and working with people. Who is in your context? Because any change that you're going to make is going to lead to resistance. The Vicar of Dibley, remember the character who's always saying, yes, 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 no. And that's exactly because it's about anxiety. There's the fear of the unknown. There's the fear that gets amplified in the imagination. You know, the demons that are under the bed, or the dragon that's in the closet. And it just gets amplified in the dark and the imagination. There's real pain of change and loss. It's psychological, it's emotional, it's physical. Any change causes a change in the dynamic, the power dynamics and the relational dynamics. If you build a new church, if you build a new building, and everybody's been on board about the building, and everybody's excited, and the day of the opening of the building comes, and it's all wonderful, and 3 days later, you will have major parish fight. Why? Because everybody needs to carve out their space. They all knew where their spaces were in the old building, and they now have to determine who's got access to that cupboard. And people are surprised that there's fights, but it's a change of relationships that they haven't even recognized they're going to be part of it. There's uncertainty about a future, and a lot of people cannot grasp the future. They can't see the future. So they get stuck at the present moment, and the present moment is all that there is. Well, the present moment is really important, but it's not. There is future. We are part of a faith that looks forward. A core part of our doctrine is eschatology. That God is leading us to a point that's not just, it is about judgment, but it's about judgment that is open and inclusive and brings fuller life, not an end to life. There's uncertainty and doubt about that future. There's a mistrust of leaders and of others that is part of the anxiety. There's also inexperience. They haven't got many people don't have any experience of doing it any other way than they do it now. And so one of the ways of dealing with anxiety is to show them, demonstrate. Came up in here. What other examples are there of this happening elsewhere? You know, taking people on field trips to see something, how it works somewhere else, even if it's not going to work exactly that way here. What are the alternatives? Just consider a teen breaking up with their first love. I remember our daughter coming home and saying, I just broke up with Darren, which we were happy about. And I'm never going to find anybody else. I said, Rachel, like, you're 5 minutes between boyfriends. But that sense of inexperience, that you don't know what's possible. It's actually why, it's one of the reasons why there's so much depression amongst, in young people, because they can't foresee, they have no experience of the future and of living through painful parts that don't consume them ultimately. They're just in that and they don't have experience. So, in the last few minutes, one of the tendencies, and these are the pitfalls. There's a tendency of people in anxiety to want a quick fix because that will lower the temperature. Sometimes you have to give them the quick fix because otherwise the whole system will explode. But often not giving the quick fix is the right thing. It's a seduction to produce the quick fix. And then, because there will be real pressure on the leader to provide the solution. If you were a better leader, you would know what to do. Clearly, you're not doing your job. Move to action now. Well, actually, part of the adaptive process is move to action later. We have to sit and figure out what the problem is first. You don't want the surgeon to jump to a conclusion about that this is appendicitis when it's actually pancreatic cancer. But if it is appendicitis, they better operate pretty quickly. So you have to know what the balance is. Yes.
I agree with you, and sometimes the push to study a situation is a delay.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's in fact, that's the very next point. A deflection of attention to another issue, which is really about delay. It's a way of avoiding doing the work, and the delay is not a delay to delay things. You really have to be intentional. This is a delay so that we actually know what the issue is, so that we properly study it, but not study it to death. You don't have to know all the information before you can act. In fact, you're almost always going to be acting without all the information. You never. God might have known all the information about Moses leading. God knows all of that. Moses doesn't. And he still has to act. And almost always leaders have to act in situations where they do not have the full information. But you have to have sufficient information that you're satisfied that you've explored, that you canvassed the issue sufficiently. Does that make sense? Think balance. Balance. If you're going too far in one direction or the other, it's not balanced. Anglicans is that sense of balance. because the other thing that happens is the leader gets blamed, or somebody else, or some other thing becomes the scapegoat. Leader gets blamed. The problem with the decline in Anglican attendance is because there are more Muslims coming to the country. Okay? Look at the statistics. Anglicans are going down, Muslims are going up. Obviously, having more Muslims is causing fewer Anglicans to go to church. Well, if you look at the data, there are not very many Anglicans who are becoming Muslims. That's not the issue. But it's a convenient scapegoat. Okay, my slide just decided that it was going to die. Doesn't matter. This is all work avoidance. And that's work avoidance. Yeah. No, it isn't for 3 o'clock. It is 4 minutes to 3. And I'm almost done. Adaptive leadership is as much about naming. This is very critical. Hear this. Adaptive leadership is as much about naming what will not change as what will. Okay? People need to know this is not about change management. This is about moving forward into a future that God's calling us to. What is not going to change? We need to hear what is not going to change. We are still going to be the Church of God. We are still going to believe in the scriptures. We are still following the baptismal covenant. That is not going to change. We are still going to meet together as a people. We are still going to have sacramental rites. That's not going to change. The building that we do that in might change. The other things might change, but here are the core things that will not change. People need to hear that. This is our story. That's not going to change. And so knowing what is the core to our mission is critical. Remember the story. This is the thing. Remember the story. Tell the story over and over and over again. Who is it that we are? Who is it that we are called to be? Whose are we? What are we to do? How are we going to do this? What are the values and processes that are central to who we are? What is our identity? And maintaining that identity is critical through the whole process of other changes, because that will give people confidence that they can move forward without losing their identity. When we were moving house, we were selling. We had a very small condo in the city, and a small house outside the city, which had been our family home. And we decided that we needed to amalgamate and buy a slightly larger condo in the city when I became the diocesan. And my wife, who is very organized, a primary teacher, 3 piles. Keep, throw out, maybe. And after a few weeks of sorting through things, keep, throw out. The maybe just got lost. And then she had a meltdown. And she said, we're throwing out our story. And then she said, and we can't keep everything. So what representatives of parts of our story do we need to keep that story? And that became the keep pile. And there was still lots of loss, but the central part remained. And part of telling the story is to remind them, people, and yourself. When you're telling the story, you're always telling the story back to yourself. That God is present. To remind people and yourself of God's promises, about proclaiming hope not optimism, it's all getting better and better. And that's not hope, that's optimism. That sacrifice and suffering are part of the work, but it's not the whole of the work. And it's not the purpose of the work to create suffering. It's about resilience, and you are remembering the story, and taking that apart, remembering, putting the members back together. And that's your critical role. So can you do this? Of course you can do this. Can you lead when you don't know where you're going? Abraham, Isaac, Sarah, David, Joseph, Mary, Peter, Paul, Barnabas, Samuel, Lydia, Francis, Dominic, Teresa of Avila, Luther, Wesley, Desmond Tutu, you. Can you do it? Of course you can. You have those skills. You are people who have been trained in the story. You have pastoral skills. You have listening skills. You have organizational skills. You bring people together. You proclaim vision. You proclaim hope. You work with people to help build resiliency. Those are all skills that you have. And you have a community, and they have skills, and you have God who gives you those skills and is with you always. So you're people who deal in your everyday life with issues of value, of purpose, and of hope. And those are the critical things about adaptive leadership. You are people who act in discernment and help people with discernment. You build teams. You're typically people who continue to live in learning mode. If you're in an Anglican church, you're living with ambiguity, always, and disequilibrium. So, and you're at least taught, if you don't always practice them, those virtues of patience and perseverance. And you pray. So, can you do it? Of course you can. You're called to do it. You can do it. I'd like to suggest one thing for you to do at home. Take one adaptive challenge that you are facing in your parish or in the broader church or in your life somewhere, and use the concepts that we've been discussing. Analyze the challenge. Figure out a short 10, 15-minute case study, and then present it to somebody else as part of a question burst. And I'll give you the website so you can watch that 4-minute video. And I also have, I don't have a handout, I have one handout which we will duplicate and send out to you that asks a whole series of questions as you consider that challenge. But it's just an opportunity to practice it on one thing. And I also have a list of some resources. I will give you the slide deck, which includes a list of other resources that you can look at. So, let us pray. O God, you have called your servants to ventures of which we cannot see the ending, by paths as yet untrodden, through perils unknown. Give us faith to go out with good courage, not knowing where we go, but only that your hand is leading us and your love supporting us. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Mind if I just say a
Thank
quick word?
You're the bishop, you can do whatever you want.
I found that's not true.
Don't take that too far.
when I knew Archbishop Cullen was coming, he generously offered to do something in the diocese and allowed me to pick what that would be. And I knew Cullen had been doing this work for a long time. He's been teaching adaptive leadership for the Niagara School of Missional Leadership and in other places. And I knew this is what I wanted us to talk about, adaptive leadership, because this is, I think we all know, a time of adaptive change in the church. There is no doubt. All our parishes are asking these questions. Our entire diocese is asking these questions. And there are tools that we need in order to go through this time. And so I knew this wouldn't just be a helpful lesson, but in fact the tools that we need to get through the next little bit. Through the Executive Council, we're beginning to ask these questions. What does the next chapter of our diocese look like? And this is a time of adaptive challenge. And so, Archbishop Cullen, I'm so grateful for you to come out today and to give us these tools and resources to begin to ask these questions, ask good questions, and to move forward in what we're doing for the gospel. So, yes, thank you very much.